Hey guys, tonight we're sinking into something a little stickier. A time when bathing was dangerous, teeth were optional, and parasites were your most committed relationships. Welcome to medieval hygiene, or more accurately, the screaming lack of it. Spoiler, you're not ready. Before we scrub into this historical catastrophe, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy falling asleep to the slow horror of human history. And of course, drop a comment below telling me where you're tuning in from, and whether you've already showered today. Flex those modern privileges. Now dim the lights, turn on a fan for that soft white noise, and let's slip into a world where soap is suspicious, lice are omnipresent, and water might be your worst enemy. Congratulations, you've just woken up. Not in your soft, climate-controlled bed, not in your freshly laundered sheets with your minty breath and morning playlist waiting. No, you've woken up as your medieval self. The good news? You're alive. The bad news? You're alive here. The air hits you first, thick, sour, dense. Like breathing through a damp wool sock that's been soaking in goat sweat. You open your eyes and your brain doesn't register the darkness immediately. The only light leaks through cracks in the wooden walls, catching the swirling dust that floats above your head like lazy parasites waiting their turn. You attempt to stretch, but your limbs resist. Joints stiff, muscles sore, as though your entire body aged decades overnight. But that's normal here. You're 25 years old, which, to your neighbours, makes you something of a seasoned elder. You've outlived at least 3 of your siblings already, so people might even call you lucky. You wouldn't. Your bed, if we're being very generous, is a rotting sack of straw, flattened into something halfway between compost and insulation. The straw was fresh once, long ago, but that freshness has given way to a pungent stew of mildew, sweat, spilled broth, and something unidentifiable that you hope was at least alive when it leaked. You shift slightly and feel the movement of things beneath you. Fleas, lice, bedbugs. They live with you now. Uninvited, unchallenged, permanent tenants. You scratch instinctively, but there is no relief. The itching is not an event here. It's a constant state of being, like breathing or blinking. Next to you, your family stirs. Privacy isn't a medieval concept. You, your spouse, your children, a cousin who overstayed his welcome 2 winters ago, and possibly an unrelated man named Bernard who just started sleeping here one night, all packed into the same wooden box you call home. And then, of course, there are the animals. The chickens roost inside for warmth. A goat shifts nearby, exhaling a long breath that smells like fermented swamp grass. Somewhere behind you, you hear the wet snorting of a pig dreaming its porcine dreams. This is your home. One room, one purpose, one enormous biohazard. The floor beneath your feet is not so much a surface, as it is a geological layer of dirt, spilled food, animal waste, and the slush of yesterday's rain that made its way through the thatched roof overnight. Your feet find it as soon as you swing your legs off the straw. Barefoot, of course. Shoes are reserved for trips to town, or burials. The cold bites at your toes. There's no fire left from last night. Gathering firewood isn't free. In fact, it could get you executed if you're caught collecting from your lord's forest. So you ration warmth like everything else. You share it with the bugs. You try not to inhale too deeply as you stand. The air is thick with the smell of unwashed bodies layered on top of each other like sedimentary rock. Stale beer, goat droppings, damp wool, fermented turnip stew, all gently marinating in the moist interior of your life. Your mouth feels like sandpaper. No toothbrush, no toothpaste. The medieval solution to oral hygiene is to not think about it. Some people chew twigs, but mostly you just let nature rot your teeth one bite at a time. Your breath could peel paint, if there was any paint to peel. You run your tongue over your teeth and feel the uneven terrain, jagged edges, swollen gums, soft spots where decay has claimed the enamel for itself. A molar aches steadily, a constant dull throb that you've learned to ignore because there's nothing to be done. No dentists, no anaesthesia, just the slow, inevitable march toward extraction by blacksmith if it gets bad enough. But none of this surprises you. This is life. This is hygiene. Or rather, this is the brutal absence of it. You manage to shuffle towards the door, stepping over a child, around the pig, and narrowly avoiding the slop bucket, which is already full and dangerously close to tipping. You mentally add empty the bucket to today's list, as though you ever needed a reminder. The door is little more than uneven planks lashed together with fraying rope. It creaks open with an exhausted groan. The outside air is crisp, heavy with the scent of smoke and manure, but somehow still fresher than what you've been breathing indoors. The village is stirring now. Thin trails of smoke escape from thatched roofs, curling into the grey morning sky. Chickens cluck aggressively, dogs bark, children scream. And somewhere not far off, you hear the rhythmic cough of a man who's probably not going to survive the winter. Again, welcome to your world. Welcome to medieval hygiene. You step outside, but you don't escape the filth. The mud clings to your feet immediately. Not fresh, clean mud. This is village mud. A complex blend of rainwater, pig slop, spilled chamber pots, and decomposing organic matter that's been walked on, slept in, and fermented by the village for generations. Each step makes a quiet squelching sound, like some damp creature softly laughing at your misfortune. The village path ahead of you, calling it a road would be an insult to roads, is lined with puddles you'd rather not identify too closely. Some shimmer with oil, others contain floating tufts of unidentifiable fluff, and a few bubble ominously as trapped gases escape from whatever is decomposing beneath. And you, barefoot, navigate this terrain every day because the luxury of footwear simply doesn't exist for you. In fact, luxury doesn't exist at all. As you make your way toward the water barrel to splash your face, the closest thing you'll get to a morning routine, you pass your neighbour's hut. She's already outside, hacking up something wet and sticky into the dirt, her breath visible in the chilly air. Her hair is wild, caked with oils, matted into uneven clumps that haven't known soap or brush in years. You nod politely, pretending not to notice the patch of scalp she's been scratching raw for weeks. She nods back, equally polite, equally itchy. Reaching the barrel, you hesitate. The water inside is questionable at best. It was rainwater once. Now it's whatever the rainwater became after days of exposure. Leaves float lazily on the surface, some already rotting at the edges. Insects skate across the water tension, while a single bloated fly corpse spins gently near the rim. You lean over and catch a faint organic odour. Not quite rot, but not quite freshness either. You splash some on your face anyway, hoping the cold will shock you into alertness. It doesn't. Instead, the water streaks across your already grimy skin, adding a thin layer of additional grime rather than removing any. Washing isn't really about getting clean here. It's more about moving the dirt around so it feels different for a while. You rub your eyes and stare ahead at your fellow villagers emerging from their hovels. They look like you. That is to say, filthy, tired, and accustomed to both. Their tunics are stiff with old sweat and stains whose origins are better left unknown. Skin raw from scratching, fingernails thick with dirt, feet cracked and calloused like dried riverbeds. The children, too young to care, sit in the dirt and immediately resume their daily communion with parasites and bacteria. They chase each other, smear mud onto their faces, and pick lice from each other's hair with the casual efficiency of generations born into normalized infestation. One child sneezes. The spray is immediate, visible, and wholly unchecked. No tissues, no sleeves. Just biological warfare freely released into the community air. The droplets land on another child who simply blinks, sniffs, and keeps playing. Germ theory is centuries away. Nobody fears what they can't see. They simply endure what they feel. And what they feel most of the time is unrelenting discomfort. You glance down at your hands. The skin is cracked from cold and labour. The fingernails, thickened and yellowed, have become permanent repositories for soil, food, and whatever else you've handled. Washing your hands isn't a thing. There is no concept of scrubbing under the nails before preparing food or after relieving yourself. Hands stay dirty because life stays dirty. Your breath fogs in the morning air, but you know that's not the worst thing coming out of your mouth. The taste sits heavy and metallic. Your gums are tender, inflamed. They bleed if you chew too hard, or if a piece of stale bread grates against them the wrong way. The molar in the back throbs again, a slow, rhythmic pulse that matches your heartbeat and your growing dread. Some villagers have already lost most of their teeth. Gaps show as they speak, tongues poking through missing incisors. Smiles are tight-lipped, not out of modesty, but to hide what decay has done. Conversations carry a faint background note of sour, fermented breath, a collective fog of halitosis that hangs between speakers like an invisible swamp. And yet, no one comments on it. Why would they? That's simply how mouths work here. Teeth are temporary. As the sun climbs higher, more neighbours emerge. A man limps by, dragging one leg stiffly, the result of an old injury that became infected and healed badly. His beard is thick, matted, crawling with lice that glint in the morning light as they scuttle between greasy strands. Occasionally, he pauses to scratch vigorously, his fingernails leaving faint red trails across his skin. Further down the path, a woman is trying to comb her hair with what amounts to a sharpened stick. The teeth of the comb, splintered and uneven, catch in the tangles, pulling small clumps loose along with the tiny passengers embedded within. She works quickly, knowing that whatever lice she misses will simply repopulate within days. Lice are not a problem to solve. They are a fact of life. You hear a familiar sound, the rhythmic sloshing of chamber pots being emptied into the gutter that runs through the centre of the village. The narrow trench carries away last night's waste, though away is a generous term. The shallow flow leads eventually to the nearby creek, your water source. You drink downstream and pray that upstream villagers shouted "Gardy Lou" before dumping their buckets. They rarely do. The smell wafts gently, carried by the morning breeze. A mixture of human waste, animal droppings, and decomposing plant matter, all fermenting under the weak sun. You breathe through your mouth instinctively, though that offers its own unpleasant flavours. Hygiene here is not about cleanliness, it's about survival. It's about managing the unbearable so that it remains merely excruciating. You catch sight of Father Aldrich making his rounds, the village priest moving from house to house, blessing the sick, offering prayers and collecting tithes. His robes are theoretically white, though years of use have dyed them a permanent shade of grey-brown. His hands, though folded piously, are visibly stained beneath the nails. His breath is as sour as everyone else's. Even the clergy, who speak often of purity, cannot escape the grime. His presence offers no relief. The Church teaches that too much washing invites illness. Bathing opens the pores, they say, making you vulnerable to bad humours and unclean spirits. Better to let a protective layer of filth guard your skin from the evils that swirl invisibly around you. And so you do. You resist the urge to scratch again. The itching behind your ear is relentless, a steady pulse that lives just beneath the skin like a secret passenger refusing to disembark. You know what's there. You always know, but there is nothing to be done. Even scratching brings risk. Break the skin, invite infection. Infection means fever. Fever means death. And death, in this world, is never far. The sun continues its climb, casting long shadows over a village resigned to its filth. You watch as neighbours begin their routines, each one trapped in their own cycle of hygiene hopelessness. A woman washes clothing in a wooden tub, slapping the fabric against a rough board. The water quickly turns dark, thick with dirt and oils released from months of unwashed fibres. She will hang the clothing to dry, but they will not be clean. Merely drier? Merely different? Two men gather near a makeshift barber's chair, a stump with a crude backrest nailed onto it. One holds a pair of iron shears, dulled and nicked from years of use. The other submits his head, allowing the shears to hack away uneven clumps of greasy hair. The shears clatter as they catch on matted sections, pulling sharply. Haircuts here are not for vanity. They're an act of pest control. Shorter hair means fewer lice, not none, just fewer. A manageable population. Like trimming weeds you know will grow back tomorrow. And above it all, always, hangs the smell. It's everywhere, inescapable, invasive. Not a single odour, but layers upon layers that combine into one massive, omnipresent presence. The sweat of 100 unwashed bodies, the smoke from damp firewoods, the sharp tang of urine soaking into dry earth, the sour rot of spoiled food, the iron bite of blood, the musty funk of damp wool. You don't smell it anymore. You live inside it. It's the air you breathe, the backdrop to your existence. If you were somehow transported into a modern, sterile world, your senses would collapse from the shock of absence. Here, filth is not shocking. It's familiar. You rub your eyes again, the crust of sleep stubborn under your fingers. That too is normal. Eye infections are common. The combination of unwashed faces, dirty hands, and endless contact with contaminated water creates a perfect breeding ground for redness, swelling, and itching. Some mornings, you wake with your eyes nearly sealed shut, gummy with dried discharge that forces you to gently pry your lids apart. On bad days, you see the world through a film of irritation, blinking back tears not from emotion, but from raw, persistent inflammation. There's a child nearby who hasn't been as lucky. His eye has swollen grotesquely on one side, the skin puffy, the white of the eye yellowed and streaked with red veins. He rubs it absent-mindedly, which will only make it worse, but his parents don't stop him. There's no point. They have no remedy beyond prayer and time. You glance upward, noticing the thatched rooftops that define your village skyline. They do their best to keep rain out, and fail regularly. When it rains heavily, water seeps through the compacted reeds, dripping onto sleeping bodies below. The dampness invites mould into your bedding, creeping into the straw, and eventually into your lungs. Coughs are constant companions here, often becoming chest-rattling, wet hacks that seem to echo through every home. Some mornings, entire families wake coughing in unison, like a choir of the slowly drowning. The air carries dampness and spores that grow inside both homes and bodies. If the coughing gets worse, if blood starts appearing in the spit, the villagers simply whisper it quietly. Consumption. Tuberculosis claims many here, but its true cause is unknown. They blame bad air, sin, or divine punishment. Never the filth, never the conditions. The livestock add their own contributions to the daily stew of contamination. Goats, chickens, pigs, all sharing living space with humans. In winter, they're brought inside to keep warm. Their droppings are swept to the side when convenient, but more often simply ground into the dirt floor, merging with the ever-thickening layer of waste beneath your feet. The pigs grunt softly as they root around for scraps. Their snouts nudge at old bits of turnip peel, hay, and occasionally things best left unidentified. They carry their own parasites too, fleas, ticks, intestinal worms, that find ways to migrate from host to host across species lines. At night, you sometimes feel something crawl across your skin. You brush it off reflexively, only for another to take its place moments later. In this ecosystem, you are both inhabitant and habitat. The boundaries between you and the filth around you blur until you're not entirely sure where your body ends and the environment begins. You glance at your own clothes, a tunic that was once a pale beige, but now holds the permanent stain of life. Every task leaves its mark. Sweat rings, smoke smudges, food splatters, blood from scratches and scrapes, patches of mildew from being hung too long in a damp room. The cloth is stiff, rough against your skin, scratching as you move. Beneath it, you wear nothing. Linen undergarments exist but are rare luxuries for the poor. For you, it's wool against flesh. Day after day, week after week. The fabric carries the musty scent of damp earth, old sweat, and smoke. You notice it only when the wind changes direction. Otherwise, your nose has grown numb to your own presence. Occasionally, you attempt to wash your tunic, but washing is a ritual requiring enormous effort. Hauling heavy buckets of water, heating them over the fire, scrubbing the fabric on wooden boards, beating out the dirt with sticks, and then hoping it dries before mildew claims it again. Even then, washing doesn't truly clean the fabric. It merely rearranges the grime. The stains remain, like tattoos documenting your daily survival. A man nearby is digging a shallow trench with a crude wooden spade, not for planting, but for drainage. An attempt to guide the constant flow of waste and rainwater away from his front door. It's a losing battle. The ground absorbs what it can, but much of it simply pools and festers in the low spots, creating new pockets of filth. Flies gather there immediately, swarms, thick enough to shimmer in the sunlight as they orbit the puddles. The buzzing is constant, like a background hum that you no longer consciously hear. You swat one away from your face and immediately feel another land on your neck. They're drawn to sweat, to breath, to open sores. You feel their tiny legs crawling, tasting, probing for moisture or salt. They land on everyone equally. Children, elders, livestock. No one escapes the attention of the flies. Not far from the village, near the woods, you can see the faint outline of the leper's hut. Isolated, falling apart, barely more than a collapsed roof and leaning walls. Those unfortunate enough to contract visibly disfiguring illnesses are sent there to die away from the main population. Leprosy isn't fully understood. Some think it's divine punishment. Others believe it's caused by bad air or inherited sin. The afflicted wear bells to warn others of their presence, but the sound only emphasizes their isolation. Audible proof of society's collective terror of infection. Ironically, their living conditions aren't dramatically different from yours. You're all steeped in filth. The difference is that their filth is just visible. Further down the village path, you spot the communal well, your main source of water. You pause, momentarily debating whether you'll risk drinking from it today. The well is covered by a crude wooden lid, but the protection is minimal. Birds perch on the edge, leaving droppings that occasionally fall directly into the water. Rats scurry nearby, their slick bodies squeezing between gaps in the stonework. The well water tastes metallic, with a faint hint of rot. Sometimes the smell is worse, a warning that an animal has died somewhere nearby, or worse, fallen into the well itself. Still, it's the only option. You have no filters, no purification tablets, no boiling unless you're prepared to burn through valuable firewood. And even then, the boiled water often tastes like smoke and sediment. So you drink cautiously, offering a brief prayer that today's sip won't carry parasites or dysentery. You hear shouting from across the village square. A small commotion around the blacksmith's forge. The smith's apprentice has burned his hand. His skin blisters, weeping yellow fluid as he curses under his breath. Someone brings a filthy rag to wrap the wound, tying it tightly. That's the extent of medieval first aid. Cover it, hope it heals, and prepare to amputate if it doesn't. The wound will likely fester. If it does, infection will spread up his arm. Red streaks will climb beneath his skin. His temperature will rise, and unless the fever breaks on its own, his days are numbered. And yet, life carries on. The forge continues to burn. The anvil rings with fresh hammer blows. A few steps away, the village baker opens his oven door. The air fills with the scent of baking bread, a rare comfort, but even this carries its own dangers. Mice and rats have chewed through the flour sacks. Droppings litter the storeroom floor. Insects wriggle through the grain. But waste nothing. Every crumb matters. The bread will be served regardless, its impurities baked in, rendered invisible by fire, but not absent. Eating here is always a gamble. Your body is in a constant battle against invisible invaders. Worms, parasites, bacteria, all staking claims within your intestines. Stomach cramps are an ordinary occurrence. Diarrhea sweeps through the village regularly, sometimes as a mild inconvenience, sometimes as a death sentence. A dog passes by, ribs visible beneath patchy fur, scratching at its own fleas. It sniffs at a pile of refuse before darting off toward the butcher's scraps. Dogs serve multiple roles here: scavengers, guards, companions. But they too contribute to the village's overwhelming microbial cocktail. You scratch again beneath your tunic, where the lice seem to have launched another coordinated assault. The itching has become part of you, like a second pulse beneath your skin. The crawling sensation never fully fades. It simply moves from one spot to another, a restless migration you can never quite catch up with. Sometimes, at night, you feel the tiny pricks of their bites, sharp, immediate, but brief, followed by the slow bloom of itching that lasts long after the insects have moved on. You scratch in your sleep without waking, nails tearing at your skin until you wake to find fresh scabs and crusted blood along your limbs. And still, this is normal. This is daily life. The church bells ring, echoing across the damp rooftops like slow, metallic thunder. Morning prayers. The villagers shuffle toward the chapel, their footsteps squelching softly through the damp ground. The mud clings to their feet like it knows them personally. Even inside the chapel, the filth follows. The stone floor is damp, cold, and slick in the corners where moisture collects year-round. The wooden pews are rough-hewn and warped, carrying the musty smell of old sweat and mildew soaked into the grain. The air is thick with incense, not for ceremony, but to mask the smells of hundreds of unwashed bodies packed tightly together, breathing, sweating, coughing. People kneel to pray, their clothes creaking as they bend. The backs of their necks glisten faintly in the weak torchlight, revealing the glint of lice that scamper like tiny shadows in the folds of hair and cloth. Your own scalp tingles as you kneel, an itch blossoming behind your ear and radiating across your head. You reach up and scratch gently, careful not to draw attention. Excessive scratching could invite suspicion, whispers of illness, of unclean spirits. Better to suffer quietly. As the priest chants in Latin, a language you don't understand, you glance at your neighbours. You see the sores on the back of the farmer's neck, 3 rows ahead. You see the red, crusted rash along the baker's forearms as he clasps his hands in prayer. You see the pale, sunken face of a young woman whose gums bleed when she speaks. The priest's voice rises, urging repentance for sins, but never for the sin of filth. Filth is simply your state of being. If God disapproved, surely he would have provided more soap. After the service, you exit into the morning air once more. A weak breeze stirs the mist, carrying with it the faint, familiar aroma of damp thatch, wet dirt, animal waste, and human sweat that saturates the village like invisible fog. You pass by the midwife's cottage. Outside hangs a small wooden charm, a crude symbol meant to ward off sickness and evil spirits. Inside, the midwife tends to a woman in labour. The screams cut through the air, raw, primal, agonising. No pain relief, no sterile tools, just the raw hope that mother and child survive. And when the child is finally born, covered in blood and vernix, it will be wiped down with rough, likely unwashed cloths before being handed to its exhausted mother. The umbilical cord will be cut with a dull blade and tied with whatever string is at hand. The child's life begins as yours did, greeted by bacteria, wrapped in filth, cradled by unwashed hands. Their first breath will fill tiny lungs with the same air that you breathe now, thick, damp, sour. Welcome to the world, little one. You will never know the absence of grime. Further along the path, you hear the shouts of children playing near the stream that cuts through the village outskirts. The water appears clear, glittering under the pale sun. But you know better. You know what feeds that stream. Upstream, other villagers empty their chamber pots directly into its flow. Animals wade into the shallow water, drinking and defecating freely. Decomposing vegetation collects along its banks. In the dry season, the water slows and grows stagnant, becoming a breeding ground for mosquitoes that swarm like smoke columns at dusk. And yet, this stream remains one of your primary sources of water for drinking, cooking, and washing. You drink carefully, hoping that the visible clarity means safety today. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. The invisible threats, giardia, dysentery, worms, don't announce their presence. They simply wait for their opportunity. When the stomach pains arrive days later, you will attribute them to bad luck, or sin, or the will of God, but never to the water. The water is always innocent because you have no other choice. You approach your home once more, stepping carefully to avoid a fresh pile of pig droppings deposited during your absence. The pig stands nearby, unconcerned, rooting through a pile of spoiled vegetable scraps for something edible. Your spouse is outside, attempting to scrape the worst of the morning's mud from a pair of wooden clogs using a flat rock. The effort is mostly symbolic. The mud will return tomorrow. Breakfast is ready, they say, gesturing toward a wooden bowl resting on a low, splintered table. You sit carefully, the stool creaking under your weight. The bowl holds a thin gruel, flecked with bits of grain and something that might have once been a turnip. A crust of hard bread sits beside it, its surface darkened with mould that has been carefully scraped away but not entirely removed. You eat slowly. The bread grinds against your bad tooth, sending a sharp, stabbing pain through your jaw. You pause, waiting for it to subside before taking another careful bite. The gruel tastes faintly sour, fermented slightly after sitting overnight, but still edible. You chase it down with a small cup of ale. Weak, flat, but safer than the water. The fermentation has burned off some of the danger, though not all. Even children drink it here. There is no other choice. As you eat, you notice your fingernails again, dirt packed beneath them. Faint crescent moons of grime that have become permanent fixtures. You rub them against your tunic absently, knowing it accomplishes little. Your hands are tools, not ornaments. The skin is rough, calloused, cracked. Small cuts dot your knuckles, some healing, some fresh. Infection lurks in every nick and scrape, but you cannot avoid injury. Work demands sacrifice, and work will begin soon. The fields wait, the livestock must be tended. The endless cycle of labour continues, each task inviting new cuts, new sores, new opportunities for dirt and disease to enter your body like uninvited guests. You glance at the distant woods, their tall shadows standing like silent witnesses to your existence. The forest offers both sustenance and danger. Mushrooms, berries, firewood, but also wolves, bandits, and angry lords who claim the trees as their property. Gathering fallen branches can result in heavy fines or worse, but firewood is life in winter, and sometimes you must risk punishment to keep your family from freezing. Your own fire burned low last night. The cold seeps into your bones even now, your fingers stiff despite the weak morning sun. The chill lingers in your joints, a dull ache that will worsen with age. Arthritis comes early here. You know it's already begun in your knees. The wind shifts, carrying with it a fresh wave of odour from the village tannery downriver. The sharp sting of ammonia from soaked hides mixes with the constant background aroma of waste, creating a unique perfume that defines life here. The tanner's apprentice stands outside, his hands permanently stained a sickly brown from months of handling urine-soaked leather. His fingernails are blackened, the skin on his arms raw and peeling from constant exposure to lye and animal fats. His eyes are red, always watering. And yet, the tannery provides necessary work. Leather for shoes, belts, water skins. Without it, life would be even harder. Every trade here carries its own special form of filth. As the day progresses, the sun climbs higher, its weak warmth offering little comfort. The flies grow more aggressive, landing boldly on exposed skin, crawling along your face, drinking from the moisture of your eyes. You swat them away reflexively, but they always return. Your skin prickles beneath your tunic. The lice continue their silent feeding, their generations cycling rapidly beneath the cloth. Occasionally you find one crawling along your neckline, crushed between your fingers before flicking it away. At night, you'll sit by the dim firelight, picking nits from each other's hair, a communal grooming ritual that doubles as quiet family time. Each egg you remove is a small victory, but never a permanent one. The infestation always returns, and through it all, the itching, always the itching. You've stopped noticing it as a separate sensation. It's become part of you, woven into the rhythm of your existence. You scratch absently while talking, while eating, while praying. Your skin is a battlefield, constantly irritated, always inflamed. Sometimes the itching turns to rash. The rash turns to scabs. The scabs become infected. And still, you rise each morning, wrapped in the same rough wool, breathing the same sour air, drinking the same risky water. This is your identity. This is your arrival into medieval hygiene. You are filth, and you survive inside it. You step further into your world, leaving behind the damp hovel that barely qualifies as shelter. But you're not escaping anything, only trading one form of filth for another. The environment here is not simply dirty. It is alive. It breathes, it grows. It conspires quietly against you. Every surface, every breath, every glance contains more microbial enemies than you will ever understand or identify. The medieval world is not sterile. It is aggressively organic. The ground beneath your feet tells the first part of the story. The mud that clings to your soles is not simply wet dirt. It is a complicated, layered sediment of centuries. Every rain churns up older layers. Human waste, animal droppings, rotted food, spilled blood, broken pottery, forgotten bones, and discarded clothing fibres worked into the earth through centuries of trampling. The mud bubbles gently in places where gases escape, organic byproducts from the perpetual fermentation of discarded life. The smell is not one singular odour, but a shifting blend depending on temperature, moisture, and wind direction. Sometimes sour like spoiled milk, sometimes sharp like ammonia, sometimes heavy like the damp innards of a decomposing log. As you step, your feet sink slightly, greeted by a soft squelch. The deeper your foot sinks, the older the filth becomes. It is history, compressed and blended into a soup that never fully dries. The villagers joke that one could read the village's story in these layers if one had a strong enough stomach. The buildings surrounding you lean together like old drunks, their wooden frames warped by years of moisture and rot. Thatched roofs slump under the weight of accumulated rain, snow and moss. Green streaks crawl down wooden walls as algae and lichen take up permanent residence. Inside these homes, life continues, and with it, the endless war against dampness. The thatch leaks when it rains, drips when it snows, and sweats when the sun beats down. Mildew takes root in the straw bedding, growing fluffy, pale colonies that spread like frost across the woven mats. The walls themselves seem to weep some days, beads of moisture collecting along the grain before dripping into the dirt floors. Over time, this moisture becomes absorbed into the lower layers of the home, feeding pockets of black mould that release spores into the air with every heavy footstep or shifting gust of wind. You inhale them constantly. You always have. You always will. The air here is never truly dry. Humidity clings like an invisible film to your skin. The dampness settles into your joints, aggravating aches that feel far too old for your age. Your bones crack as you move, not because you're elderly, but because this air has soaked into you like a sponge. On hot days, the dampness turns oppressive. Sweat rolls off your body but refuses to evaporate, trapped by layers of wool that you dare not shed in public. Removing too much clothing is considered scandalous, immodest, and risky for your soul. So you suffer quietly inside your damp cocoon of scratchy fabric, the moisture collecting in every crevice. Your underarms remain permanently wet. Your thighs chafe where damp wool rubs against sensitive skin. Small rashes bloom in these places, raw patches of red that sometimes crack and ooze, inviting new colonies of bacteria to take hold. You apply nothing to soothe these wounds. There's nothing to apply. No ointments, no powders, no creams. Only patience and perhaps prayer. The livestock, meanwhile, add their own microbial contributions to the environment. The pigs roll in filth to cool themselves, stirring up clouds of biting flies that hover like sentinels above their bodies. Chickens scratch at piles of waste, pecking at crawling insects that moments earlier feasted upon human refuse. Goats chew on anything remotely edible, including discarded rags and occasionally each other's droppings. The animals do not separate themselves from the waste. They live in it, move through it, become part of it. And so do you. You share more with them than you would like to admit. Ticks ride on the bodies of the livestock, leaping to humans as opportunities arise. Fleas move effortlessly from dog to child to chicken to you. The rats that scurry through every home and granary trail, mites and fleas behind them like gifts for the unwary. Every species in your village is both host and habitat. A communal unspoken agreement has been reached between humans, animals, and insects. No one escapes. Even the village water contributes to the brutality of your existence. The stream that cuts through the village does not cleanse. It carries. It distributes. Upstream, villagers discard their waste. Chamber pots are dumped with little ceremony, their contents swirling into the water and travelling down to your section of the stream. Dead animals sometimes float along lazily, caught in eddies where their bodies decompose, until scavengers finally pull them apart. On the surface, the water appears deceptively clear, a shimmering ribbon reflecting the pale blue sky. But beneath that glistening surface lurks a teeming mass of microbial life that you do not know exists. Giardia, cholera, dysentery, all waiting for your next thirsty sip. And yet you drink from it. You have no choice. The water is life. And often it is death. The village square offers no reprieve. Here merchants gather to trade their wares. Salted fish, stale bread, rough woolen cloth, cured meats, cracked pottery. Their goods sit openly on rough-hewn tables, exposed to the open air where flies gather immediately. The salted fish glisten wetly, scales peeling back slightly where brine has failed to fully preserve them. The meat carries a faint tang, teetering between edible and dangerous. The bread is rock hard, dark with the telltale streaks of ergot fungus that sometimes poisons entire families with convulsions and hallucinations. You inspect each item carefully, not to ensure cleanliness, but simply to calculate which form of contamination you are most willing to risk today. Every meal is a wager. The tanner's yard sits just beyond the market, belching its signature aroma into the air. Animal skins hang limply from wooden frames, flies crawling freely over the drying flesh. Large stone vats contain mixtures of water, urine, and lye used to soften and preserve the hides. The workers slosh through the ankle-deep mixture, barefoot, their skin raw and peeling from constant chemical burns. The stench of ammonia saturates the air, burning your nostrils even from a distance. The odour sticks to your clothing, your hair, your skin. There is no escaping it. The entire village carries this invisible cloud of tannery with them wherever they go. But the leather produced here is vital for shoes, belts, pouches, and armour. The price of that utility is the ever-present fog of toxic stench that drifts through the village like a constant reminder of your inescapable proximity to decay. Everywhere you turn, life overlaps with death. Clean and unclean are not opposites here. They are indistinguishable from each other. The concept of sterilisation does not exist. No one boils their tools before surgery. No one scrubs their hands before preparing food. No one cleans wounds with alcohol or disinfectant. Even midwives use the same worn cloths and dull knives from one birth to the next. Infection is not an anomaly. It is an expectation. You're never truly healthy, only temporarily less sick. Your skin carries scratches, welts, scabs and sores like badges of experience. Cuts become swollen, turn yellow, and sometimes blacken. You watch carefully, hoping the red streaks of spreading infection do not appear along your arm. If they do, there is little to be done. The fever will come, and it will either leave or take you. You walk toward the edge of the village where the fields begin, hoping that open space might offer fresher air. But even here, the environment conspires to remind you of its permanent occupation. The earth breathes beneath your feet, its surface uneven with mounds of composted waste mixed directly into the soil. Years of manure, food scraps, animal remains, and rotted thatch have been ploughed under, enriching the dirt with a pungent fertility that can never quite shake its origins. The fields yield crops, barley, rye, turnips, onions, but they are grown from this cocktail of decay. Each plant draws nutrients from decomposing matter, its roots soaking in moisture, laced with the invisible residue of every dumped bucket, every rotting corpse, every leaking privy upstream. You eat from this soil daily. The food carries hints of its parentage in both taste and texture. Grain often arrives in your mouth gritty, as tiny flecks of earth cling to the kernels even after crude grinding. The bread you bake from it is heavy, coarse, flecked with unmilled husks that cut at your gums with each bite, slowly opening tiny wounds that invite infection into your bloodstream like uninvited guests at a cursed feast. The pests that thrive here don't wait politely for invitations either. The rats are everywhere, small, nimble, slippery shapes that dart beneath floorboards, skitter along rafters, and dig their burrows beneath walls weakened by moisture. Their eyes glimmer faintly in the moonlight, watching, waiting. They gnaw through food stores at night, leaving trails of droppings that pepper your flour, your oats, your precious dried fish. But their greatest offering comes not in their teeth marks or stolen grains, but in the passengers they carry, fleas, tiny black specks that hop onto human flesh, with surgical precision, biting, feeding, breeding. You feel them daily, sharp pinpricks, followed by itching that intensifies over hours. The bites cluster along your waistline, your thighs, your armpits, any place where fabric traps heat and sweat, offering warmth to their growing families. You scratch until you bleed. The bleeding invites bacteria. The bacteria invite swelling. The swelling invites fever. And sometimes, though not yet, the fever brings the plague. You've heard of it, of course. The Black Death. In some towns, entire families vanish within days, their bodies piled like cordwood, their homes boarded shut. But here, for now, it remains only rumour. A lurking shadow carried on the breath of travelling merchants and whispered prayers. You know it will come eventually. Everything does. The insects don't end with fleas. Lice live in your hair. They thrive in the moist, warm cradle of your scalp. They lay their eggs along the base of the hairs, tiny nits that glisten under firelight like tiny pearls of defeat. Each day you feel them move, tiny feet scuttling along your skin, probing, biting, feeding. The sensation never fully leaves. It wakes you at night, scratching blindly, flinging your hand through the darkness in search of temporary relief. Sometimes you sit by the dim evening fire, letting your spouse or children comb through your hair with a dull, carved bone comb. One by one, they remove the nits and crush them between their fingernails with a soft popping sound. It is a ritual not of cleanliness, but of maintenance. You will never be free of them. You can only manage the population. The flies come next. In summer, they arrive in swarms so thick they seem to darken the air. They congregate wherever moisture collects, at the edge of chamber pots, on the lips of infants, around open wounds, inside the folds of bread where mould has begun to bloom. You shoo them away constantly, waving your hands like weak spells against their buzzing onslaught. They land immediately once you lower your guard, exploring your face, your mouth, your eyes. Their tiny legs carry bacteria from one body to the next. A single fly may visit a rotting pig carcass, a child's open sore, a pool of urine, and your dinner table within minutes. But you grow used to them. Their constant buzzing becomes part of your auditory landscape, like the distant barking of dogs or the creak of old timber. Even the wind carries filth. When it blows from the tannery, you taste ammonia. When it shifts from the slaughterhouse, you smell blood and offal. When it comes from the baker, you catch the sour yeast rising from dough made of questionable grain. When it drifts from the graveyard, well, you try not to breathe at all. The graveyard lies on a slight hill outside the village, its dirt heavy with the remains of generations. Bodies are buried shallowly, often with minimal ceremony, the earth barely enough to conceal the scent from foraging animals. Sometimes, after heavy rains, bones emerge from the softened soil, exposed like pale fingers reaching for the sky. The crows gather there, feasting when the opportunity presents itself. Their dark forms move silently among the graves, heads cocked at odd angles as they study you when you pass. You avoid their gaze. In this world, death is too familiar to mock. In the village, there is no separation between the living and the dead. The dead are buried beside the living, their decomposition feeding the same soil that grows your barley and turnips. Their miasmas mingle invisibly with your breath. Their lingering bacteria find new hosts daily, and you carry those invisible passengers everywhere you go, on your skin, in your hair, beneath your nails. The line between corpse and survivor is drawn thin here. You walk it daily. Even your food betrays you. The grains you store for winter are vulnerable to mould. In damp seasons, ergot fungus takes root, creating poisonous shreds that blend seamlessly with your rye. When eaten, these toxins cause convulsions, hallucinations, blackened fingers, and madness. Families have been seen writhing on the dirt floor, foaming at the mouth as their limbs jerk uncontrollably. Some survive, some don't, but no one questions the bread itself. They blame curses, evil spirits, or divine wrath. Anything but the flour. Meat carries its own dangers. Without refrigeration, preservation relies on salt, smoke, or luck. Sometimes a piece of salted pork smells sweet and sharp, an ominous perfume that signals the beginning stages of decay. You eat it anyway. Starvation is a worse death. Even in winter, when cold kills many insects and slows the rot, new problems arrive. The snow forces livestock indoors. The animals breathe and defecate beside you, adding moisture to the air and ammonia to your lungs. Fires burn constantly to keep frostbite at bay, filling your home with smoke that stains your ceiling black and coats your lungs with soot. The smoke stings your eyes. Children cough through the nights. Their lungs roar from breathing the dense, acrid air. The damp wood burns poorly, hissing and popping as moisture boils inside the logs. Ash settles into your bedding, your food, your hair. Your skin absorbs the smoke, leaving you smelling like burnt timber even after you've left the house. But at least the warmth delays the frostbite that waits just beyond your door. In summer, the heat brings no relief, only new waves of suffering. The air turns thick, clinging to your skin like wet cloth. Sweat rolls down your body, soaking your tunic until the wool scratches against every movement. Your thighs rub raw where damp fabric sticks and pulls with each step. The folds beneath your arms become red and tender, chafing against themselves. Boils rise along your skin, small at first, but growing angry and swollen over days. The boils sometimes burst, releasing thick, yellow pus. You wipe it away with your sleeve or the hem of your tunic, already stiff with weeks of sweat and grime. But even bursting does not always bring relief. The wound remains open, a fresh invitation to whatever bacteria hover eagerly nearby. You do not seek treatment. You have none. You wait and hope. As the day stretches forward, the sun climbs but offers no true comfort. The light illuminates every corner of your world's filth, exposing details that the night mercifully hides. You notice the crude drainage ditches that line the village paths. Shallow, irregular trenches, carved into the packed mud, intended to carry away rainwater, waste, and anything else that can't sit in stagnant pools. But they fail almost constantly. The waste flows only briefly, pooling as soon as the ground shifts, even slightly. Stagnant pockets form, oily, dark, shimmering like small, malevolent mirrors. The smell is always there, warm, sickly sweet, laced with rot, sour urine, and damp decay. Sometimes children wander too close, their feet slipping into the muck. They pull themselves free, giggling, unaware of the invisible armies of bacteria clinging to their skin. Their parents barely notice. This is life. This is normal. Above, the roofs of the village sag under the weight of accumulated thatch and moisture. The reeds, once tightly packed, have separated over time. Birds nest between the gaps. Mice burrow through the dry layers, adding droppings that filter into the homes below with every heavy rainfall. You hear the soft thumping of their tiny feet as they scurry overhead. Sometimes, when the wind blows just right, loose bits of thatch rain down from above, dried grass, bird droppings, mould spores, landing on your bed, your food, your children's faces as they sleep. Every inch of shelter is permeable. The outside always finds its way in. The air inside these dwellings is no kinder than what waits beyond their walls. Fires burn constantly, not for cooking but for survival. The smoke fills the confined space, turning the air thick and acrid. Your throat burns after every breath. Your eyes water endlessly. The soot settles on your skin, your clothing, your hair, turning everything a shade of greasy grey. The smoke saturates everything. You smell it when you eat, when you kiss your children, when you bury your face in your blanket at night. You carry it into the fields with you, into the church, into your grave, and still the smoke is a necessity. Without it, winter's cold would take you faster than the filth ever could. Beneath your feet, the dirt floors of your home slowly sink over the years. Layers of spilled food, animal waste, and compacted mud build up beneath your soles until you step lower into your home each season. You sweep when you can, but sweeping is not cleaning. It is simply rearranging. The waste never leaves. It only shifts from one corner to another, settling into the crevices where it ferments quietly. Maggots thrive here. White, writhing, slick-bodied larvae that burst from spoiled scraps left too long beneath the table. You spot them often, twisting and pulsing as they feast upon the detritus you fail to sweep. The chickens eagerly eat them when they wander too far from their nests, but more always follow. The cycle continues without end, life feeding on decay, decay feeding on life. The well, your village's lifeline, offers little sanctuary. Though it seems protected by its crude wooden cover, you know better. Rainwater seeps through every crack. The ropes used to draw water are perpetually damp, growing slick with green algae. Birds perch above the opening, their droppings landing directly into the water. Small animals, rats, frogs, occasionally even a bloated hedgehog, fall in and drown. Their bodies bloat and decay unseen beneath the surface. The taste of the water shifts accordingly. Metallic some days, sour others, always with a faint, earthy aftertaste you pretend not to notice. Boiling it helps, but firewood is scarce. The decision to burn precious fuel for water instead of warmth weighs heavily, especially as winter approaches. So you drink carefully, praying you've chosen a day when death doesn't ride inside your cup. The bathing situation, such as it is, remains unchanged for generations. You do not wash daily, or even weekly. Bathing is rare, an event that requires more labour than it's worth. Water must be fetched, hauled, heated, poured into a leaking wooden tub that struggles to hold its shape under the heat. The process takes hours. The bath water is shared. The head of the household bathes first, followed by spouse, children, then infants. By the end, the once clear water has turned opaque, thick with sweat, dirt, loose hairs, skin flakes, and whatever parasites abandon their hosts mid-soak. The last person steps carefully into this tepid soup of grime, their only consolation being that at least they are technically wetter than before. And then the water is dumped into the nearest gutter, flowing straight back into the drainage trenches that feed the stream you'll drink from again tomorrow. The circle of contamination remains unbroken. Public bathhouses exist in some towns, though they come with their own risks. The church frowns upon their growing popularity, claiming that frequent bathing invites sin. Many bathhouses double as dens of gossip, scandal and prostitution. The line between cleansing and carnal indulgence blurs easily under the steam. As a result, many bathhouses are shuttered entirely under religious pressure, leaving only private efforts, cumbersome, laborious, and largely symbolic. For most peasants, regular full body bathing simply does not exist. Wiping one's face with a damp rag is the closest many ever get to feeling clean. Your clothing reflects the ongoing defeat of hygiene most clearly. You own one tunic, perhaps two if you are fortunate. You wear them until the fibres surrender. The fabric stiffens from months of accumulated sweat, smoke, and food stains. When rain wets the cloth, it releases a pungent perfume, sour, musty, deeply human. The wool irritates your skin constantly. Beneath it, your body harbours colonies of lice and fleas that feed freely, laying eggs directly into the seams of your clothing. The longer you wear the same tunic, the more heavily it carries not just the marks of your labour, but the microscopic evidence of your living conditions. And yet, you continue wearing it. You have no alternative. The mattresses you sleep on offer no comfort. Simple sacks of straw stuffed loosely into wooden frames, or placed directly on the dirt floor. Over time, the straw breaks down into fine dust, mingling with hair, sweat, blood, spilled ale, and waste tracked in from outside. Bugs nest deep within these beds. Fleas, mites, lice, and the occasional rodent if the weather turns cold enough. You feel them shift beneath you at night, a quiet stirring in the darkness. You scratch in your sleep, waking often to the sharp bites that bloom into maddening itches before dawn. Each morning, you rise exhausted, your body having fought invisible invaders all night while you lay still. The very air you breathe works tirelessly to keep you sick. Every cough releases droplets that hang in the dense, stagnant air, waiting to be inhaled by the next person. The smoky haze traps these invisible clouds, swirling them like ghostly fog through every shared room. When winter closes the shutters and seals you inside with your family and livestock, the air grows thick and heavy, pressing against your chest. Each breath feels like inhaling damp wool soaked in mould and ash. The children cough first, their small lungs rattling with wet congestion. The old follow, their bodies too tired to resist the constant microbial siege. When one falls to illness, others quickly follow. The sickness moves through the home like a whispered secret, shared by breath, touch, and prayer. There is no refuge, no sterile corner, no escape from this unending immersion in filth. The environment is not hostile because it wants to be. It simply exists as it always has, rich with life, visible and invisible, feeding upon itself in endless cycles. You live inside this ecosystem not as its master, but as one more organism, feeding, breathing, decaying, and eventually contributing your own body to its ceaseless churn. You do not control it, you endure it. As the afternoon sun slants lower, casting long shadows across the village, the filth breathes heavier. The heat that once baked the mud now softens it again as evening dampness rises. The ground exhales moisture, and with it, the complex perfume of centuries. Sour animal waste, decomposing vegetation, stagnant water, the tang of urine, and the greasy musk of unwashed humanity. Every footstep squelches with a damp inevitability. The ground remembers everything it has absorbed, and reminds you constantly. Beyond the visible dirt, the invisible world thrives in ways that even your ancestors wouldn't comprehend. The bacteria live in every mouthful you swallow, every breath you inhale, every bite you suffer. They live on your skin, inside your intestines, beneath your fingernails, in the folds of your tunic, and the creases behind your ears. When your children fall ill with fevers and diarrhea, no one speaks of bacteria. The villagers whisper of bad air, evil spirits, or punishment from heaven. When a neighbour develops painful boils under their arms, some call it witchcraft, others simply bad blood. The reality is far worse, but mercifully hidden from your understanding. The village latrine, such as it is, marks another low point in your relationship with the environment. For those few lucky enough to have access to one, it's nothing more than a shallow hole, lined crudely with wood planks that sag under weight. Flies cluster thickly around its rim, creating a low drone that vibrates through the air. The pit emits its own constant fog of odour, sharp, humid, eye-watering. But most villagers don't use even this crude luxury. Buckets serve as chamber pots inside the huts, emptied into the gutter that runs through the village at dawn. Some simply relieve themselves wherever convenient, behind a shed, near the compost pile, at the edge of the field. The waste joins the same stream that nourishes your crops, feeds your livestock, and fills your drinking cups. You glance toward the pigs rooting nearby. They are nature's janitors, devouring anything remotely organic. Scraps of spoiled vegetables, mouldy bread, entrails from the butchered goat, and even human refuse. Their grunts and snorts echo softly as they turn rot into flesh, their bodies growing fat on waste that would sicken you instantly. But even the pigs carry dangers. Trichinella coils in their muscles, waiting for undercooked pork to deliver its payload to the human digestive tract. The cycle continues. Silent, uninterrupted, efficient. No one speaks of parasites. No one knows their names. They are simply part of the environment, as inevitable as sunrise. The chickens scratch nearby, their beaks clicking against pebbles and crawling insects. Lice cling to their feathers. Mites hide beneath their wings. Their droppings add new layers to the already rich tapestry of waste surrounding your home. Their eggs, when gathered, are a precious food source. But you crack each one carefully, knowing full well that rot can fester inside even the shell. The sulphurous stench of a spoiled egg is unforgettable, coating the back of your throat like a living thing. You eat carefully, but never confidently. Every meal offers potential poison. Every bite is a negotiation. The dogs of the village serve as both protectors and carriers. They roam freely, slipping in between homes, scavenging whatever scraps they find. Their fur is patchy, matted with dirt, dried blood, and old wounds that fester beneath greasy tufts. Ticks bury themselves behind their ears. Worms twist within their intestines. Their breath carries a fetid tang, the unmistakable mix of rotten meat and bacterial colonies flourishing between decayed teeth. You pat them anyway. They are loyal, and in the nights their barking warns you of prowlers or wolves lurking beyond the village edge. But every touch risks exposure to new colonies of parasites. At the edge of the village, the compost heap rises like a monument to your collective waste. Layer upon layer of spoiled food, broken pottery, bloody animal remains, dead rodents, rotted thatch, and human refuse mix under the constant attention of flies and scavengers. The pile steams slightly on cool mornings, the internal rot generating its own heat. Rats dig tunnels into the heart of the heap, emerging fat and slick from their invisible warrens. The compost seeps slowly downhill with each rainstorm, carrying its nutrients, and its contaminants into the surrounding soil, where it feeds the barley you will harvest next season. As night approaches, a thin fog settles over the village, curling like pale fingers through alleys and doorways. The cool air traps the smells closer to the ground now, concentrating the layers of decay. Smoke from 100 small fires rises to meet the mist, forming a low ceiling that dims the stars above. The village glows faintly beneath this greasy dome, as though wrapped in its own soiled shroud. The sounds soften. The occasional cough, the distant groan of livestock shifting in their sleep, the soft scrape of a rat's claws against a wooden beam. The environment does not sleep. It pulses beneath your quiet world, alive with movement too small for your eyes to witness. Inside your home, you settle into your straw mattress once more. The bugs greet you immediately, not because they left, but because you feel them more sharply after your brief absence. The mattress breathes with its own life. Fleas leap as you shift. Mites burrow deeper into the damp layers. Your tunic sticks to your skin, still wet beneath your arms and between your thighs. The day's sweat never fully dried. The night will offer no reprieve. You scratch idly as your eyes grow heavy, your fingers tracing familiar welts along your ribs and thighs. Each scratch opens new, tiny wounds. Each wound invites new bacteria. Each breath pulls spores into your lungs. And yet, you sleep. Because you must. Because this is your environment. It wraps around you like a second skin. Warm, wet, alive, and inescapable. You are not simply surrounded by filth. You are part of it. The sun rises fully, though you barely notice. Day and night are not measured by clocks here. They are measured by work, and work waits for no one. Labour in your world is not optional. It is survival. Every breath you take carries the price of your own exhaustion. Every sunrise demands that you pay that debt in sweat, blood, and bone. There are no weekends. There are no days off. The concept of rest exists only as a temporary pause between collapses. You begin the day already tired, your muscles heavy before you even rise from your straw. The gnawing ache in your shoulders and back hums like a familiar song you've grown accustomed to. Pain is not something to be cured here. It is simply the rhythm you move to. Your hands tell the first story of your labour. The skin is rough, cracked, and deeply lined. Splinters remain embedded beneath the calluses, so old now that they have become part of you. Your fingernails are chipped, stained with dirt, animal fat, and blood from 100 small injuries long since forgotten. There is no soap to soften your palms, no ointments to heal the cracks. Every task you perform drives deeper into your skin, leaving behind permanent records of your labour. The ache in your fingers arrives with the cold, sharp in the morning, dulling only as the day's motion forces blood back into your joints. Arthritis begins early here. You know the old farmers who walk stooped, their fingers curled into claws, unable to fully straighten anymore. You will join them sooner than you like to admit. Your first task each morning is simple. Breathe. The smoky air of your home burns your lungs, but you breathe anyway. You cough softly, clearing your throat of overnight soot. The children cough as well. A chorus of rattling breaths that fills your ears while your spouse stokes the fire with damp wood that pops and hisses angrily. Then comes the animals. You step outside to feed the livestock, not out of charity but necessity. The animals sustain you. They will die for you, but first they must live. The pigs grunt impatiently, their snouts already rooting through the mud for scraps. You dump buckets of vegetable peels, sour milk, and stale bread into their pen. They devour everything without hesitation, their jaws smacking loudly as they chew through the remnants of yesterday's waste. The chickens swarm around your feet, pecking at insects stirred by your steps. Some squawk aggressively, flapping their wings as you scatter handfuls of cracked grain into the dirt. Their feathers are dirty, their eyes sharp. You watch them carefully. A sick bird can destroy an entire flock. You check the goat's tether next, tightening the frayed rope to prevent her from wandering. She snorts as you rub your hand along her neck, fingers passing over old scars and patches of missing fur where parasites have bitten too deeply. This is your livestock, this is your wealth, this is your burden. Once the animals are fed, you turn to the fields. The tools you carry are as tired as your body. A wooden hoe with a splintered handle, a rusty sickle notched along its edge. A wooden plough repaired so many times it barely resembles its original shape. Oxen pull the plough forward, their ribs visible beneath shaggy hides. They move slowly, their breath fogging the cold air, their eyes dull from years of the same path. You guide them with soft grunts, occasionally snapping a branch near their flanks when they stall. The soil resists you. It is heavy with recent rains, clinging to the plough blade like sticky tar. Clumps of mud gather and must be knocked free repeatedly, each time stealing moments of precious labour from your morning. You sweat early, your tunic darkening under the arms, damp patches spreading across your chest and back. The wool scratches mercilessly as it absorbs your sweat, mixing fresh moisture with the old layers of dried salt that stiffen the cloth. The work is rhythmic. Pull, dig, knock, reset. Over and over, hour after hour. Your back bends forward, your arms burn, your shoulders scream. You keep going. The sun rises higher. The heat grows oppressive, yet you cannot remove your clothing. Modesty forbids it. Protection demands it. The sun's rays bake the exposed portions of your neck and forearms, turning your skin a patchwork of raw red and leathery brown. Your head sweats beneath the rough linen cap you tied on at dawn. The fabric is already soaked, plastered to your scalp, failing to keep the lice at bay as they move freely beneath the damp folds. Your eyes sting as sweat drips into them, mixing with the airborne dust kicked up by every footstep. Blinking offers no relief. Your lashes are crusted with the residue of smoke and dirt from countless days before. Around you, others work as well. Children too young to carry full tools are still given tasks. They collect stones from the field, carry buckets of water to refill troughs, and chase off birds that threaten the newly planted seeds. Their feet are bare, their legs splattered with mud, and scratches from thorns hidden beneath the surface. Older children swing smaller versions of your tools, their bodies already bent from labour. They mimic your movements, their young muscles straining under loads far heavier than their bones can comfortably bear. Your spouse works alongside you, back stooped, hands calloused, eyes squinting against the glare. In addition to field work, they must manage the house, tend to infants, patch clothing, prepare food, and nurse the sick, all while enduring the same gnawing fatigue that you carry in your bones. There is no division between work and life. They are the same thing here. You don't labour to accumulate wealth or advancement. You labour to avoid hunger. You labour to delay death. You labour because to stop is to starve. And even then, Starvation waits patiently every winter. By midday your stomach growls. Lunch is not a meal. It is fuel. You sit briefly beneath the crooked shade of a half-dead tree, wiping your face with the sleeve of your tunic, leaving dark streaks of sweat and dirt across your cheeks. Your meal consists of cold pottage ladled into a wooden bowl. It has stewed for days, a rotating mixture of barley, onions, turnips, and whatever scraps remain. The flavour is sour, the texture slimy, but it fills the space in your gut temporarily. Beside it sits a hunk of bread, rock hard, coarse, speckled with dark flecks you don't examine too closely. You gnaw carefully, avoiding the tooth that aches with every bite. A sip of weak ale follows, lukewarm and slightly sour, but it's safer than the water. As you chew, your mind drifts to the blisters, forming beneath your palms. Already you can feel one swelling beneath the rough handle of your hoe. The skin stretches tight, thin, and ready to tear at the next hard pull. When it bursts, you'll feel the immediate sting of exposed flesh. And yet, you will not stop. You will wrap it in a scrap of cloth and continue. Stopping is not an option. The meal ends quickly. You stand, joints creaking, muscles tight. The weight of the day presses heavier now. The sun's heat bears down on your shoulders as you return to your row, lifting the hoe once more. The earth does not care how tired you are. The weeds continue growing. The seeds demand planting. The trenches need digging. You work because you must, because everyone else around you works, because no one asks if you're tired, because in this world, the only alternative to labour is hunger. The afternoon drags onwards like wet wool across your back, heavy, suffocating, unrelenting. You wipe your brow again with the back of your wrist, feeling the grit of dried sweat grinding into your skin. The salt stings your eyes, and for a moment you pause, blinking rapidly, head bowed beneath the weight of both the sun and your labour. But there is no break. Not really. The oxen shuffle restlessly, their hooves sinking deeper into the mud as the afternoon heat softens the already overworked earth. You cluck your tongue and tug the harness gently. They lurch forward. The plough blade groans as it bites into the soil, splitting the damp earth open like a slow wound. Every few steps you must stop and knock clumps of mud from the blade. The stick you use for this task is already worn smooth from the endless repetition. Scrape, clear, reset. The work is monotonous, but it is necessary. The fields aren't just labour, they are risk. The crop yields determine whether you eat or starve this winter. Too much rain and the roots rot. Too little and the stalks wither. A single blight can erase months of work in days. Pests join the assault with casual cruelty. Caterpillars strip the leaves overnight. Fungal diseases blacken wheat heads and render entire fields useless. Birds circle above, waiting for seeds and young sprouts. You scare them off when you can, shouting, waving branches, tossing small stones. But they always return. They are patient, hungrier than you, and far better adapted to surviving failure. Every farmer here lives on the edge of collapse. At the far end of the field, you see your neighbour collapse briefly to one knee, hand pressed to his back. His wife rushes to him, whispering words you cannot hear. He stands again after a moment, resuming his digging as though nothing happened. You feel your own back echo the warning. A sharp twinge near your spine, a sudden tightness that threatens to lock your body in place. You grit your teeth and keep moving. There is no remedy for this kind of pain. The village healer might offer a poultice of boiled roots, or a foul-smelling salve made from animal fat and crushed herbs. But you've tried them before. The pain remains. It always does. You glance to the edge of the woods where the forest looms. Tall, dark, and dangerous. Firewood grows there. So does death. The Lord's men patrol these trees, enforcing his claim to every branch and root. Collecting fallen timber without permission risks punishment. Fines, beatings, imprisonment, or worse. And yet, every winter, someone risks it. Families freeze without fuel. The damp, green wood you're legally allowed to collect burns poorly, filling your home with thick smoke that stings the children's eyes and coats the inside of your lungs with sticky soot. The cost of illegal firewood is weighed against the cost of frozen fingers. Many choose to risk the lash rather than lose another child to winter's cold breath. You straighten briefly to stretch, hearing your spine crack like dry branches beneath your skin. The relief is temporary, as always. The stiffness will return before you complete your next row. A flock of crows circles overhead, their harsh caws slicing through the still air. The crows know this land intimately. They wait for failures, for unguarded fields, for sick animals, for unburied corpses left too long beneath thin soil. Their presence is not ominous. It is simply part of the cycle. You watch them briefly, feeling an odd kinship. You both survive by feeding on what remains. The midday heat brings the flies in greater numbers. They land on your face, your arms, your neck. You swat constantly, but they return instantly, drawn by the salt on your skin and the scent of your sweat. You feel one crawl briefly across your eyelid. Another lands near the corner of your cracked lips, tasting the moisture there with its tiny, probing feet. You dare not wipe your face too aggressively. You've seen what happens when a careless swipe drives a calloused hand across a sun-scorched nose, cracked skin, bleeding, followed by weeks of tender, festering sores. Even your own sweat conspires against you. In the distance, a woman carries 2 heavy buckets of water suspended from a yoke across her shoulders. The wooden frame creaks beneath the weight, her steps slow and deliberate as she crosses the uneven ground. The well stands nearly half a mile from the fields, the only semi-reliable source of drinking water that hasn't yet turned fully sour from the summer's heat. Her tunic clings tightly to her body, where the sweat has soaked through, her head lowered to shield her eyes from the sun. You nod to her briefly as she passes. She nods back, too exhausted for words. There is no camaraderie in shared suffering here, only acknowledgement, only endurance. The children return from the tree line, carrying bundles of sticks gathered carefully from the forest floor. Small branches, dry twigs, enough to feed the cooking fire for one more evening. Their faces are streaked with dirt, their hands scraped and raw from pulling at stubborn roots. One of them sneezes violently, a wet spray that drips down his chin. His mother wipes it away with the corner of her tunic, the same cloth she used earlier to carry manure for the fields. There is no clean cloth. There is no soap. The same fabric serves every purpose. The youngest children sit nearby in the shade, their stomachs distended slightly. Not from fullness, but from the slow war of parasites inside them. Worms thrive here, feasting quietly on whatever nutrients remain after each meagre meal. The children scratch at their bare legs, leaving faint red lines where their nails have broken the skin. The flies land on the fresh wounds immediately, drawn to the scent of broken flesh. No one scolds them for scratching. Everyone scratches. Everyone bleeds. Insects are not your only companions in the field. The soil beneath your feet carries unseen threats. Sharp stones that slice open the soles of bare feet, rusty nails discarded from ancient ploughs, shards of broken pottery hidden beneath years of compacted waste. A careless step can drive a splinter deep into your foot. You pull them out when you can, using the tip of your knife, but infection often follows anyway. The wound swells, turns red, grows hot to the touch. You limp through your workday, favouring the uninjured leg, waiting to see if the fever will come. If it does, there is little to be done. Above it all, the church bell tolls again, calling you towards evening prayers. You hear its voice echo across the fields, signalling not relief, but the slow approach of night's own particular forms of labour. You wipe your brow one final time and lift the hoe once more. There is still work to be done. There is always work to be done. The afternoon wanes, but the labour remains constant, like the drone of insects that hum endlessly through the village air. Your body moves on muscle memory now, repetitive, mechanical, numbed by habit. Each swing of the hoe, each pull of the plough, each bundle of weeds yanked free from stubborn earth, follows the same rhythm you have lived since childhood. In truth, you don't remember a time before this rhythm. Work began before your bones fully hardened. Small tasks at first, gathering kindling, scaring birds from the fields, sweeping the dirt floor of your family's hut. Then, as you grew, the burdens increased. Water hauling, animal feeding, planting, harvesting, butchering. Your body adapted because it had no other choice. Children here do not grow up. They are simply absorbed into the labour force as soon as they can walk straight and hold a tool. And so it will be for your own children, and their children after them. Your arms ache with a slow burning exhaustion that never truly fades, no matter how many nights you sleep. Your shoulders throb, your knees creak, and the tendons in your wrists occasionally snap sharply as you flex your fingers. Brief flares of lightning pain you've learned to accept as a background noise. In this world, bodies are tools. When they break, they are not repaired. They are simply worked differently, favouring one leg over another, shifting weight to the stronger hip, binding the weaker wrist with scraps of cloth to squeeze a few more weeks of usefulness before permanent damage takes hold. You have seen many neighbours fade this way, slowly folding into crooked versions of their younger selves until their labour ceases altogether. The grave follows shortly after. The work extends beyond the fields. When planting and weeding end for the day, another wave of labour begins back at home. The kind that does not pause because the sun has set. You begin with repairs. The hut's walls sag unevenly, where heavy spring rains have weakened the support beams. The wooden frame must be reinforced. You gather crude nails, salvaged from old planks, and hammer them in with a rounded stone, driving the iron slowly into the soft, wet wood. The nails bend, the wood splits. You adjust and try again. You've learned to expect failure before success. The patchwork repairs may hold through another season, or they may collapse entirely during the next storm. The thatched roof also requires constant attention. Rain leaks through small gaps where birds have pulled loose the reeds for nesting material. You climb awkwardly onto the sloped roof, balancing your weight as you press bundles of dried reeds into place, securing them with twisted ropes of braided grass. The thatch cuts at your hands as you work. Tiny invisible barbs that slice your skin with each rough handful. You feel the sting now, but know it will ache far more tomorrow, once infection has begun its slow work beneath your fingernails. Blood dots the new reeds like tiny crimson seeds planted into the roof. Inside, your spouse tends to food, yet another layer of labour that never ceases. The cooking fire smoulders low beneath the iron pot where pottage simmers, a sludgy mixture of grains, old turnips, dried onions, and thin scraps of meat salvaged from yesterday's butchering. The smoke chokes the small room, coating every surface with a greasy black residue. The children cough softly as they stir the pot, their faces streaked with both soot and sweat. The meal tastes of smoke, salt, and sour vegetables, but it fills the belly, which is all it needs to do. There is no pleasure in food, only survival. After the meal, more chores wait. The livestock must be brought inside for the night. Chickens are gathered into woven cages. Pigs are coaxed into their corner pens. The goat is tied inside near the hearth, where its body heat helps warm the main room. The mingling scents of animal breath, urine, and manure blend with the smoky air, creating the thick stew of odours that defines your nightly existence. The children sleep nearby, curled beneath coarse blankets that smell of damp wool and unwashed bodies. Their bare feet stick out from beneath the cloth, toes blackened by mud and splinters collected during the day's work. Their breathing is slow, but interrupted by occasional coughs, wet, rattling hacks that echo against the low ceiling beams. You light a single tallow candle to extend the evening's light for a few more tasks. Your spouse patches torn tunics, fingers moving quickly through the stiff cloth with a bone needle. The thread is rough and uneven, spun from home-carded wool that frays easily. Each stitch pulls the fabric tighter, making the garment less comfortable but more functional. Comfort is not a priority. Function is everything. The children's clothes are smaller versions of your own. Single garments worn daily, patched so many times that some pieces contain more repair than original fabric. When the garments can no longer be mended, they are stripped apart to create patches for other clothes or twisted into makeshift rags for cleaning. Nothing is wasted. Everything is used. As you sit nearby, you check your tools, the second set of hands you depend upon for survival. The sickle's edge has dulled further from the day's cutting. You retrieve a small whetstone, slowly running it along the blade, listening to the soft rasp of iron grinding against stone. Each pass of the whetstone shaves away tiny flecks of metal, releasing a faint metallic odour that mingles with the smoky air. Your fingers carefully test the edge, still imperfect, but sharper than before. The hoe's wooden handle was splintered along one side. You smooth it roughly with a piece of coarse sandstone, hoping to prevent the deeper splinters that pierce beneath your calluses and fester unseen. Even your tools bleed in their own way. You glance outside once more before sealing the door for the night. The village sits quietly beneath the rising moon, small plumes of smoke drifting lazily from each hut. The occasional silhouette of a late working neighbour barely visible in the dim light. The livestock rustle softly in their pens. A dog barks in the distance. The silence is never truly silent. It breathes beneath everything you do. You pull the rough plank door closed and drop the iron latch into place. Inside, the room glows faintly from the candle, its flickering light casting strange shadows across the soot-streaked walls. The shadows dance briefly before settling again. Your spouse blows gently on the flame. The light dies. The room sinks into darkness. And still the labour continues, quietly, invisibly, inside your body. Your muscles repair themselves weakly. Your skin knits closed around the day's newest cuts. Your blood fights the microscopic invaders who slipped beneath your flesh hours earlier. You will wake with new pains tomorrow. You always do. This is your labour. This is your struggle. There is no finish line, no reward, no relief. Only repetition. Only survival. Only work. The night settles heavily on your hut, but rest remains elusive. Even as your body lies still, your mind remains tethered to the labours that wait on the other side of sunrise. Sleep is not escape. Sleep is simply a pause, a brief, uneasy truce between your exhausted frame and the world that demands more of it. You feel the familiar itching begin almost immediately as your body heats the bedding beneath you. The lice stir, the fleas leap, the mites emerge from the deeper seams of your straw mattress to feed. You scratch absently, eyes closed, nails tracing familiar welts along your ribs, hips, and thighs. The itching blends into your dreams, becoming part of your existence, whether awake or asleep. The air inside your home is thick, humid from breath, and the residual smoke curling lazily from the smouldering fire. Even with the fire reduced to embers, the warmth battles the cold seeping through the crude wooden walls. Your children cough occasionally in the darkness, soft, rattling sounds that seem louder in the quiet. Their lungs struggle with the constant exposure to smoke, dust, mould spores, and cold, damp air. Their thin bodies shiver under rough woolen blankets, their small hands curled tightly to their chests for warmth. You listen, counting each breath, knowing that illness may come quietly during these long nights. You shift again, adjusting the angle of your hips against the straw. A sharp point jabs your side, a broken stem that you'll pull out tomorrow, assuming you remember in the morning fog. The straw shifts beneath you with the faint crunch of broken stems and compacted filth. The mattress is alive, in its own way, not with comfort, but with the slow, persistent decay of organic material mixed with sweat, hair, dried blood, and waste tracked in from outside. The smell is ever present, a mixture of old straw, body odour, animal musk, smoke, and something slightly sweet. The faint rot that clings to any material too long exposed to dampness. You no longer notice it. Your body has learned not to rebel against what it cannot escape. In the corner, the pigs grunt softly as they shift in their pens, snouts twitching as they search instinctively for scraps in the packed earth. Their breath clouds the air, adding its own sour note to the already heavy atmosphere. The chickens rustle within their baskets, wings fluttering briefly before settling again. You hear the occasional soft cluck in the darkness. Even the goat shifts on its tether, hooves scraping faintly against the dirt floor. The animals sleep, but uneasily, just like you. Your spouse breathes steadily beside you, but their sleep is no deeper. You feel the occasional twitch as they stir, a foot shifting beneath the blanket, a quiet sigh escaping as they chase fleeting rest. Their hands are cracked and rough like your own, skin hardened by years of scrubbing, sewing, hauling, and mending. The fingers curl naturally inward in sleep, like the gnarled branches of the old trees beyond the fields. These hands have delivered your children, cooked your meals, mended your clothes, and buried your dead. They have known as much labour as your own, perhaps more. In this world, labour is not divided by fairness. It is divided only by necessity. The village breathes as one great organism in the night. You hear the faint creak of distant doors as neighbours check their animals one last time before locking themselves in. Dogs bark occasionally, sharp, single warnings before falling silent again. Somewhere, an infant cries weakly. The sound rises briefly, then softens into tired whimpers as its mother soothes it in the dark. The night carries every noise, amplifying even the smallest sound, as though mocking your attempts at rest. And still, you lie awake, waiting for exhaustion to drag you under. You dream fitfully, brief flashes of memories blurred together with visions of your daily labour. In your dreams, you swing the hoe endlessly, watching the soil split open in slow motion beneath your blade. You pull weeds that grow back instantly. You gather stones that multiply behind you. You carry buckets that never empty, always heavier with each step. The labour follows you even into sleep, a reminder that it never truly pauses. Even your dreams sweat. Hours later, you wake to the dim light of dawn creeping through the cracks in your walls. The fire has died completely. The air is cold now, biting at your exposed skin. Your joints ache more sharply in the morning chill, muscles stiff from hours of stillness under heavy wool. You sit up slowly, feeling the tight pull of soreness across your shoulders, down your back, into your thighs. Your knees pop audibly as you swing your legs from the bed, feet settling into the cold, damp dirt floor. The moisture has risen again overnight. The ground is slick beneath your toes. You feel the familiar dampness seep into your skin before you even take your first step. The children stir next, coughing softly as they sit up. Their hair is tangled, their faces streaked with yesterday's grime. Their tunics hang loosely over thin frames, the fabric stiff where dried sweat and smoke have settled deep into the fibres. There is no morning wash, only a quick wipe of the face with a damp cloth, if the water bucket remains unfrozen or clean enough. The cloth itself is no cleaner than their skin, but there is no time for cleanliness. There is only time for labour. Your spouse rises to stoke the fire again, coaxing the embers back to life with carefully arranged twigs. The smoke curls thickly into the small room before slowly finding its way toward the low thatched ceiling. The coughing resumes almost immediately, a normal part of waking life. The children hack weakly as the smoke stings their lungs anew. The morning meal is prepared with the same repetitive efficiency. Stale bread softened in warm pottage, a few dried onions added for flavour, a thin slice of hard cheese scraped clean of its mould. The weak ale you drink washes the food down, cutting the sour edge of the pottage with its own slightly metallic tang. This is breakfast. This is fuel. This is enough. And then the labour begins again. The animals are fed, the fields call, the repairs wait. The weight of your tools feels heavier than yesterday. The calluses on your palms ache as you grip the worn handles. The blisters beneath them pulse faintly, threatening to tear again by midday. You step outside and greet the same air, the same mud, the same damp earth that will claim another day's sweat before night falls once more. The sky is grey. The crows watch you from the rooftops. The day is waiting. The labour is waiting. You are waiting to endure it all over again. This is the rhythm of your life. Work, pain, sleep, wake, repeat, until your body can no longer rise. As the work continues, you become aware, not for the first time, of your place. Not just in the fields, not just in your village, but in the entire brutal architecture of medieval life. You are at the bottom, and there is no ladder. Social hierarchy here is not a ladder you climb. It is a wall you were born beneath. A stone wall, thick, cold, and unmoving. You live your life in its shadow. The only way you will ever rise above it is as smoke when your body burns on a pyre. Until then, you remain exactly where you are, a peasant, a labourer, property in all but name. The lord of the land owns everything your eyes can see. The fields you till. His, the forest you fear. His, the animals you raise. His, technically, merely loaned to you under his gracious permission. The very air you breathe, the soil beneath your feet, even the rainwater that falls upon your crops, all belong to him by divine right. You, and everyone like you, exist at the mercy of his estate. His rule is law. His word is judgment. His whims are gospel. And yet, you will likely never speak to him. You may not even see him more than a few times in your entire life, and even then, only from a distance. A silhouette on horseback, flanked by knights in gleaming armour that costs more than your entire village is worth. You bow when he rides past. You avert your eyes. You lower your head as your muscles scream from the labour that feeds his wealth. He does not see you. He sees the yield. He sees the taxes. He sees the rent, but he does not see you. Each year you owe him tithes, payments in grain, livestock, or whatever pittance your fields manage to produce. The harvest belongs to him first. What remains is yours. And when the harvest is poor, the Lord still receives his share. You and your family are the ones who feel the emptiness in your bellies when the winter stretches longer than expected. Your children will cry at night. The Lord's children will not. You work his fields not only for your own survival, but for his luxury. His castle rises far above the village. Stone towers, iron gates, guards stationed at every entrance. Inside, life is different. The floors are dry. The fires burn warm and bright. The food is seasoned, plentiful and fresh. Servants handle the filth that nobility never touches. Barrels of wine rest in cool cellars. Meat hangs from stone walls, safe from the rot that claims your salted pork far too soon. The Lord's wife bathes regularly, not because cleanliness is valued, but because indulgence is permitted at the top. Lavender oils, crushed rose petals, and imported soaps fill her basin while you scrape dirt from your skin with handfuls of cold water and cloth stiffened with its own filth. Her hair glistens in the torchlight. Yours clings to your scalp, heavy with oils and crawling with lice. Even illness respects the hierarchy. When the Lord's child falls ill, trained physicians are summoned, learned men with books, tinctures, exotic herbs, and prayers offered in Latin. The physician's hands are clean, his robes freshly laundered, his fingers adorned with silver rings that glint in the firelight. When your child falls ill, you smear crushed garlic onto their chest, whisper old prayers, and hope the fever breaks on its own. The Lord's child receives careful observation, measured doses, warm blankets. Your child receives your hands and your helplessness. And if the Lord's child dies, a priest will offer elaborate masses for their soul. If yours dies, you bury them yourself in thin soil and hope the rain doesn't expose them too soon. Even the clothing marks the line between you. Your tunic is a patchwork of rough wool, coarsely woven, permanently stained, stiff from sweat and rain. The cuffs fray, the seams tear. The colour once brown now carries the uneven shades of countless mendings and accidents. The Lord's garments shine with imported fabrics. dyed silks, finely embroidered linens, fur-lined collars to guard against the cold. His boots are polished leather, custom-made by craftsmen who would not dare fit you. Your own footwear consists of scraps of poorly cured leather tied around your feet with twine, the soles thin and soft after too many seasons in the mud. Every step reminds you of your station. The clergy represent another kind of distance, one draped in supposed humility but wrapped tightly in power. The priest lives better than you, though less extravagantly than the nobility. His robes are clean, his hands are softer. His diet includes fresher bread and better cuts of meat. His home is dry, heated, and free from the constant company of livestock. He speaks of God's mercy while collecting tithes from your already empty pockets. He warns of sin while standing behind polished wood, looking down upon you from the altar. He preaches gratitude while you wonder how you will survive the winter. The hierarchy isn't only about wealth, it's about visibility. You exist below notice. Your suffering is background noise. Your labour is invisible. Your pain is expected. When disease sweeps through the village, the Lord's walls close tighter. His guards block visitors. The plague cannot touch him, not because of divine protection, but because distance itself becomes his shield. You, meanwhile, huddle beside coughing neighbours, sharing breath, water, and eventually illness. The Lord's family survives. Your family joins the rows of shallow graves on the outskirts of the village, marked only by wooden crosses that rot faster than memory. But there are layers even among your fellow peasants. The reeve, appointed by the Lord, enforces local rules with a heavy hand. He is still a peasant like you, but closer to power. His hut is slightly larger, his portion slightly larger, his confidence bloated by proximity to authority. He carries a stick of authority, using it to measure fields, inspect taxes, and sometimes to punish those who fail their obligations. When he visits your hut to collect grain or assess your labour quota, you lower your head and offer what little you have left. There is no point in protest. He answers to power, not to justice. Beneath even you, there are the outcasts, the beggars, the lepers, the widows without land or sons, the children born out of wedlock. They wander at the edges of the village, faces hollow, eyes cast down, hands outstretched in silent pleas that you can barely afford to answer. You offer them crusts of bread when you can. Other times, you turn away. You know how easily their fate could become your own. A single failed harvest, a single bad illness, a single injury that prevents you from working the fields, and you would join their ranks. The line between your hut and their exile is thinner than the frayed rope holding up your roof. Even the animals live better than some of your kind. The Lord's prized horses sleep in warm, dry stables lined with fresh straw. They are brushed daily, fed oats, and cared for by dedicated grooms. You sleep on damp straw that moulds beneath you. You eat barley too rough for even the stable pigs. You wear wool that scratches while the Lord's animals wear polished saddles. And you accept it. Because this is the way things are. Because this is the way they have always been. Because questioning the hierarchy leads only to suffering. You remind yourself of this as you prepare once more for the morning's labour. The calluses on your hands are swollen, your muscles ache, your stomach rumbles. But you rise, you always rise. Because in this world, dignity is a luxury. Labour is survival. And humiliation is simply part of breathing. The sun crawls higher in the sky, but no amount of daylight will ever illuminate your way out of this structure. The hierarchy is not just something you see, it's something you breathe, feel, and carry like a second skin. Even the very land beneath you whispers reminders. The road into the village cuts like a jagged wound through fields you till but do not own. The richer soil, closer to the Lord's estate, grows greener, more abundant. The plots assigned to you sit further out, where the soil thins and the rocks crowd the surface like hardened bones beneath too little flesh. Your portion is never the best portion. It is never meant to be. The market in the village square sharpens these contrasts. Here you barter, not as equals, but as desperate survivors. You trade eggs for barley, cloth for cheese, favours for favours. The wealthy merchants from the town occasionally visit, their carts laden with goods you'll never afford. Dyed fabrics, glass beads, wax candles, fine combs, and salted fish that don't reek of rot. You study these items only briefly, knowing your coin purse carries little more than hope and obligations. Even simple soap, imported and perfumed, remains an unreachable fantasy for most here, a luxury item that exists more in stories than in hands. Instead, you purchase what you always purchase, the barest minimum. A small bag of cracked barley, a bundle of onions, a wedge of bread you hope won't turn hard by morning. The merchant eyes you with mild disinterest. You're not worth swindling. You have too little to steal. Even your tools mark your station. The blacksmith's forge sits at the edge of the market, its fire fed daily with wood gathered illegally from the forest. His hammer falls in rhythmic claps as he shapes tools, not for you, but for the reeve, the bailiff, the Lord's stable hands. The finest iron ploughs, horseshoes, and armour pass through his shop. You receive tools that are barely functional, blades notched, handles splintered, iron heads that wobble slightly on shafts, too thin to bear real strain. You mend these tools yourself at night with strips of rawhide, hoping each repair will last through one more season of abuse. Even your language betrays you. You speak a coarse dialect, the village tongue. Words chewed and spat through broken teeth, thick with local idioms and crude phrases that the Lord's scribes would consider barbaric. The priests speak Latin when reading scripture, a language you hear but do not understand, except for repeated phrases you've learned to mimic by sound alone. The merchant class speaks a smoother dialect, peppered with borrowed words from distant traders. Their accents mark them immediately, lighter, cleaner, as if their words bathe more often than your body does. In courts, they record your debts in legal tongues you cannot follow. Contracts, fines, and obligations are read aloud to you like incantations. You nod, pretending comprehension, while your stomach knots with quiet fear. You are illiterate, not because you are unintelligent, but because education itself belongs to others. The very act of being seen carries risk. When the Lord's men ride through, you keep your head down. Eye contact is a silent offence, an invitation for correction, as though your gaze itself challenges their position. You have witnessed others punished for less. A peasant who failed to bow deeply enough. A tenant late on rent. A man who spoke too loudly in the presence of nobility. The punishments are swift. Stocks, whippings. Fines impossible to repay. Humiliation is not simply consequence. It is a tool. A visible reminder to the village of where the power rests. Taxes arrive with mathematical indifference. The bailiff tallies your debts with chalk marks on splintered boards. Your harvest, measured by crude baskets, is weighed under his watchful eye. The scales creak unevenly. You have no say in how they tip. The grain is gathered into sacks marked with the Lord's seal. You are left with what remains, often not enough. When the yield fails, due to drought, blight, or God's displeasure, your debt remains unchanged. The Lord does not lower expectations because the rain refused to fall. Hunger becomes your punishment for nature's betrayal. The church echoes these hierarchies in its own quiet ways. During Mass, the wealthiest sit closest to the altar, their benches smoother, warmer, protected from draughts. You stand near the back, your boots sinking slightly into damp stone where the roof leaks and the wind whistles through cracked glass. The priest's sermons scold greed and gluttony, yet his own table never empties. His robes carry the scent of lavender oil, his skin softer than yours despite the scriptures speaking of humility. You listen quietly, nodding at appropriate moments. The priest offers salvation but never charity. His concern is your soul, not your hunger. Festivals are the rare occasions where the lines blur, but only for a moment and never truly. During harvest feasts, the Lord's family watches from raised platforms while musicians play simple tunes. Villagers drink weak ale, dance in uneven circles, and momentarily forget the weight pressing upon them. But even in celebration, reminders lurk. The best meats, the freshest bread, the finest drink remain at the Lord's table. The peasants feast on barley porridge, onion pies, and stewed turnips thick with the scent of overripe vegetables. The laughter grows loud, but always cautious, as though joy itself might offend someone listening. The legal system offers no protection to your kind. When disputes arise, the reeve or lord's men decide outcomes. Land boundaries, accusations of theft, unpaid debts, all judged by those who serve the very men you owe. Justice is not blind here. Justice knows your name, your status, your usefulness. A wealthier neighbour may accuse you falsely. Without witnesses, your word is dust. The fine levied will push your family closer to starvation. Your neighbours will whisper in sympathy, but keep their distance, fearing association brings shared misfortune. The hierarchy is self-reinforcing. It protects itself, feeds itself, grows fat upon itself. Your fuel for its endless fire. Even illness humiliates differently, depending on your station. When the Lord's wife contracts a fever, herbalists are summoned, their remedies imported from distant lands. Priests pray by candlelight, offering special masses for her recovery. When your spouse falls ill, you gather herbs from the forest, bitter roots, wild garlic, and dried moss steeped in boiled water. You whisper the same prayers, but the priest does not visit. Your home becomes the infirmary. Your hands become the medicine. Your worry becomes your physician. If death comes, the funeral is simple. A wooden box if you can afford it, a cloth wrap if not. The priest may offer a brief blessing, but his voice carries no grief. And through all of it, you endure. Not because you have strength, but because you have no alternative. Not because you believe it's just, but because you know it cannot be challenged. You carry your station like a second skeleton, rigid, painful, inescapable. Each day you wake beneath the same sky, breathing the same air, tilling the same fields, bowing before the same power that grinds you slowly beneath its wheels. Humiliation isn't an event, it's the atmosphere. You exist within it. The hours pass, but your position does not. No matter how much you labour, no matter how many fields you till, how many stones you move, how many debts you pay, your place remains carved into the same soil you work. The hierarchy is not simply enforced by law, it is enforced by time itself, an inheritance passed down like a family curse. Your father worked these fields, his father before him, and now you do the same, as your children will after you. You were born into the station like a calf born into its pen, its future already decided before its first breath. Occasionally travellers pass through the village, merchants, pilgrims, wandering craftsmen. They carry with them stories of far-off cities where men speak of trade, politics and philosophy, of places where stone buildings rise high into the sky, where people drink clean water from public fountains, where merchants haggle beneath bright awnings in markets that never seem to sleep. But these stories are like distant stars, bright, unreachable, and wholly disconnected from your reality. You nod politely as they speak, pretending curiosity, though you know you will never see these places. Your world begins and ends here, within sight of your own patch of dirt, your lord's castle, and the church that watches over both. Even your dreams have learned their boundaries. In rare moments of idle fantasy, you do not imagine palaces or feasts. You imagine smaller burdens, a slightly larger field, a healthier child, a year without blight or wolves. Your hopes are scaled to your station, your desires shaped by the walls around you, your ambitions crushed before they dare grow. This is not submission, this is survival. The seasons themselves seem complicit in your humiliation. In winter, the cold strips your flesh raw, stiffening your joints until even small movements become laboured. The Lord's hearths burn brightly, stocked with ample firewood collected by your hands under the threat of punishment. You shiver beside your meagre embers, wrapped in threadbare wool, stiff with months of accumulated sweat and smoke. In spring, floods drown your fields while his manor remains elevated, safe from the swelling rivers that soak your crops and rot your seed. In summer, your children wilt beneath the oppressive heat, their skin cracked from dehydration while the Lord's retainers fetch buckets from deeper, protected wells. In autumn, as you gather the harvest, the first cart always travels uphill to fill the Lord's storehouses. Only afterward do you load your smaller sacks, praying they'll last through the barren months ahead. Even the sky seems to favour him. Marriage, too, reflects your place. Among nobility, marriages are arranged like business contracts, alliances forged through dowries, land grants, and noble bloodlines carefully preserved. For you, marriage is often a calculation of labour and survival. A spouse is another set of hands, another body to help with planting, harvesting, child rearing, mending and gathering firewood. Love may grow, but work always precedes it. A woman's worth in the village is often measured by her ability to bear healthy children and endure the grind of domestic labour. A man's worth is weighed by the weight he can lift, the tools he can wield, the wounds he can survive. Even fertility carries judgment. Those who fail to produce children face whispered rumours, accusations of sin, curses, or divine punishment. Barrenness is not private grief here, it's public failure. The Church reinforces these roles at every sermon. The priest speaks of divine order, of God's design for every station in life. He reminds you that humility pleases God, that suffering purifies the soul, that obedience earns reward in the next life, if not this one. You listen because there is no alternative, because the alternative would be blasphemy. And in this world, blasphemy is not debated, it is punished. Punishment in your world is public. When someone defies the hierarchy, through theft, rebellion, or even perceived insolence, their correction becomes a spectacle. Stocks are erected in the village square. The offender's head and hands locked in place while neighbours walk past, offering not comfort, but reminder. Children throw rotten vegetables. Adults mutter quiet judgments. The priest may offer stern prayers nearby, his words floating above the humiliation like smoke above a dying fire. Whippings are delivered before gathered crowds, not simply to hurt, but to warn. The crack of the lash punctuates each cry of pain as blood darkens the offender's back. You watch these punishments with downcast eyes, not out of sympathy, but out of fear, because you know how easily you could take their place. Even accidents become humiliations when witnessed. When your knee buckles under the weight of a harvest sack. When your hand slips on the plough's handle, splitting open your palm. When you stumble in the mud, face first into the same filth you live beside. Each mistake carries an audience. Neighbours who pretend not to notice. Children who stifle laughter. Elders who shake their heads as if to remind you that weakness invites misfortune. Pride is a dangerous currency here. Best to keep none of it. Best to accept your station before it is forcibly reminded to you. The Lord's hunts are another display of distance. While you toil in the fields, the nobility ride through forests you may not enter. Spears and bows in hand, accompanied by barking hounds and servants who carry the kill. The deer they slaughter are forbidden to you, reserved exclusively for their tables. To kill one yourself, even out of desperation, is poaching, and poaching is met with brutal consequences. Hands cut off, exile, or death. You watch from afar as the procession returns, the noblemen laughing, their dogs snapping at dripping carcasses. You return to your salted barley porridge. They dine on roasted venison. Holidays offer no escape. Holy days dictate periods of rest, but not of ease. The work pauses only to make room for prayer, fasting, and ritual. The church demands alms even during scarcity, and your offerings, meagre though they are still collected with expectation, not gratitude. Festivals may briefly fill the air with music and laughter, but even joy is rationed here. Your children wear garlands of wildflowers while nobility parade in embroidered cloaks and silk-lined boots. You drink weak ale while they sip imported wines. You dance in the dirt while they observe from elevated balconies, their polished shoes never touching the earth you call home. Your children witness these differences young. They learn quickly where they stand. Who eats first? Who speaks first? Who steps aside in narrow lanes? They imitate the bows, the lowered gazes, the careful silence when authority passes by. They understand the dangers of being noticed too much or not enough. By the time they reach your age, their backs will already bear the weight of years that most nobles will never feel in their entire lives. They will inherit your labour. They will inherit your station. They will inherit your humility. And they will carry it forward. This is your place. Not chosen, not earned, not questioned, imposed. The village awakens again beneath the weight of its own hierarchy. A weight so familiar that you no longer notice it pressing against your shoulders. The rooster crows, the labour resumes, and so does the quiet, ever-present humiliation that rides alongside every task. You greet your neighbours, nodding politely, each of you walking an invisible tightrope. Small missteps in tone or expression can spark gossip. And gossip can birth rumours that reach ears you cannot defend yourself against. Even reputation is part of survival here, and your reputation depends on your ability to remain invisible. The reeve arrives early this morning, the Lord's hand within the village walls. His arrival is always the same. A puffed chest, a voice louder than necessary, eyes that scan the village as though measuring the weight of everyone's failure. He stops outside your hut, examining the small pile of harvested grain set aside for tax collection. His finger traces the edge of a sack. He tusks softly. "It's light this year," he says, a statement, not a question. You nod quietly. You do not explain the late frost, the ruined seedlings, or the boars that raided your field. Your reasons are meaningless. Only your debt matters. He scratches a mark into his ledger. The sum you owe grows heavier. The reeve moves on. You exhale slowly, relief briefly washing over you. Not because you are safe, but because you are ignored for now. The Lord's men occasionally inspect the village as well, though they do not bother with ledgers. Their attention seeks a fence, not accounting. They study your tools, your livestock, your fences, your daughters. Their eyes linger where they shouldn't. You pray silently that today is not the day their interest deepens into something more dangerous. Power here does not require consent. It requires proximity. The Lord's men take what they wish because they can, and because there is no one to stop them. You have seen it happen. You have heard the weeping afterwards, and you have done nothing, because there is nothing you can do. The very act of walking through the Lord's land carries rules. If you pass too close to his estate, you are expected to step aside when his carriages approach. Failure to yield can result in scorn, beatings, or imprisonment, depending on the mood of his guards. You walk the longer path instinctively now, avoiding the estate entirely, even if it adds an hour to your journey. Distance is your safest ally. The humiliation extends into the most intimate corners of your life. Even childbirth reflects your place. The lady of the estate births her child in a warm chamber attended by midwives, physicians, and priests. The room smells of fresh linen, herbal infusions, and expensive oils. Clean cloths are laid beneath her. Fresh water waits nearby. You deliver your children on a bed of straw, surrounded by relatives with rough hands and old rags. The air is thick with sweat, smoke, and fear. The midwife's tools are the same she used for countless births before yours. Unwashed, unsharpened, and often blood-stained. If the child survives, they are baptized with hurried prayers and cold water. If not, they are wrapped in cloth and buried before the sun sets. You bury many, the lady buries few. Illness strips away dignity just as easily. When sickness comes to the Lord's manor, servants tend to the patient's every need. Bed linens are changed daily. Soothing broths are served. The best herbs are summoned from distant markets. The physician visits regularly, speaking in educated tones that soothe even if they cure nothing. When sickness enters your hut, you face it alone. You place damp cloths on fevered foreheads. You boil roots gathered from the edge of the forest. You whisper prayers through cracked lips. The sweat-drenched straw reeks after days of fever. You lack the clean sheets, the gentle hands, the trained eyes that monitor the nobility. And when death arrives, it comes quietly. There are no processions for peasants, no grand funerals. Only another hole in the soft earth outside the village walls. The graveyard itself mirrors the hierarchy. The Lord's family rests within stone crypts, names etched into marble, protected from the elements beneath iron gates. Your dead lie beneath wooden markers that rot before the names fade from memory. The rain washes away what the worms don't first consume. In time, even the ground forgets who lies where. The humiliation is generational. Your children inherit your debts. They inherit your obligations. They inherit your place. The Lord's children inherit land, power, and privilege. When your daughter comes of age, her future depends not on her hopes, but on the arrangements available to her. She may marry another peasant and continue the cycle of labour. She may enter service as a maid in the Lord's estate, where obedience is expected and refusal is punished. If she draws the attention of the wrong man in power, her future may be decided without her consent. Her body another extension of your family's submission. You pray silently that she is plain enough to be overlooked. The church offers promises of reward in the next life, but demands penance in this one. You confess your sins, both real and invented, kneeling before a priest whose life of relative comfort requires no such disclosures. You tithe from what little you have. You attend every Mass, every holy day, every feast of obligation. You kneel longer, bow deeper, and whisper louder prayers, hoping to avoid both spiritual and earthly punishments. Yet you remain where you are. The hierarchy on earth mirrors what you are told awaits you after death. Even your body reflects your station. Your skin is leathered by years of sun and wind. Your muscles are thick but stiff, formed by repetition rather than design. Your back curves slightly forward from years spent hunched over tools and burdens. Your teeth are chipped and yellowed, your gums often swollen. The Lord's body, protected from labour, remains softer, straighter, cleaner. His hands are smooth, his skin lighter, his breath fresher. His children play while yours work. You both breathe the same air, but you breathe more of its dust. You both drink from the same sky's rain, but yours first passes through gutters filled with rot. You exist in the same world, but you live in entirely different universes. This is the great weight that presses down daily. It does not need to shout. It does not need to strike. It simply exists, and you exist beneath it. You do not rebel. You do not resist. You endure. Because endurance is the only power left to those at the bottom. Beneath the endless cycle of labour, hunger, and humiliation that governs your daily existence, there lies a different kind of weight. One you do not see, but feel. A structure not built of stone, but of rules, stories, and fears. This is the world of culture, control, and belief. The invisible architecture that shapes your mind as tightly as the Lord's taxes shape your wallet. From your first breath, you were wrapped in these rules. Your mother whispered prayers over you before you could walk. She traced crosses on your forehead at sunrise, teaching your tiny fingers to fold together in clumsy mimicry of the priests. Your father knelt beside you at the chapel, his back bent low, eyes lowered in submission to both God and man. You were taught obedience before you were taught language, humility before pride, guilt before joy. These lessons were not options. They were survival. The church stands at the centre of your village, physically and spiritually. Its bell rings daily, carving your hours into sacred segments. It tells you when to wake, when to eat, when to pray, when to fear. Its stone walls loom like silent witnesses to every failure, every confession, every whispered hope you dare not speak aloud. The priest is not merely a man. He is the village's living link to God himself. His voice carries the weight of heaven and earth. When he speaks, you listen. When he warns, you tremble. When he forgives, you weep. And when he condemns, you fall. Sin wraps itself around every corner of your life. You sin when you work on holy days. You sin when you curse beneath your breath. You sin when you covet your neighbour's slightly better harvest. You sin when you feel pride after surviving another winter. Even thoughts betray you. The priest warned often that God sees within your heart that secret anger, jealousy, or lust burned like beacons beneath his eternal gaze. You confess not only for what you have done, but for what you have thought, and every confession costs coin, another tithe for absolution, another penance to remind you that purity carries a price. The devil, you are taught, walks alongside you always. He lurks at the edge of the forest. He whispers during your weakest moments. He hides behind the eyes of your enemies, waiting to pull you into his grasp. Witches, too, are said to walk among you. Women accused of consorting with dark forces, summoning illness, blighting crops, stealing infants from their cribs. You have seen women dragged from their huts, accused with little evidence beyond a neighbour's misfortune or a priest's suspicion, bound, beaten, judged. Some are drowned in the river, their floating bodies condemned as proof of guilt. Others are burned, their screams rising with the flames as smoke carries their souls into judgment. And you watch silently, because to speak in defence is to invite suspicion upon yourself. Superstition stitches itself into your every task. When planting seeds, you murmur charms to guard the crop. When thunder cracks above, you cross yourself against the anger of heaven. When a child falls ill, you hang charms of iron and wood beside their cradle to ward off spirits. The priest scolds your reliance on such tokens, reminding you that true protection comes only from God. But even he carries relics, bones of saints, splinters of crosses, scraps of cloth said to hold miraculous powers. The difference between faith and fear blurs easily here. The seasons themselves are bound to these beliefs. Spring brings hope, and so you kneel in the fields to pray for rain. Not too much, not too little. Summer's storms ignite fears of divine wrath, and you cross yourself beneath the blackened sky. Autumn's harvest is blessed by the priest before a single grain is stored. Winter brings fasting, penance, and long nights filled with whispered prayers against the demons that walk in darkness. Each season carries its own dangers. Each season demands its own rituals. Without them, you risk angering forces you do not understand, but absolutely fear. Even leisure, what little you have, is governed by these rules. Dancing, singing, and drinking during festivals may offer brief escapes, but only within the boundaries set by Church and Lord. Drink too deeply, and you risk accusations of debauchery. Sing too loudly, and you risk rumours of rebellion. Dance too freely, and the priest may call you to confession. Even your joy is borrowed, closely monitored by those who measure sin, not by action alone, but by how closely you hug the edge of permitted behaviour. The Lord himself claims divine appointment. You are told his authority flows not from conquest or inheritance alone, but from God's will. To question him is to question the order of heaven. The priest reminds you that rebellion against your station is rebellion against your Creator, that your suffering now will be rewarded in the next world, if only you endure, obey, and believe. The nobility's comfort is framed not as greed, but as responsibility. Your poverty is framed not as cruelty, but as your test. The world is broken, they say, but not unjust. God sees everything. And so you endure. And beneath it all lies fear. Fear that you have sinned and not confessed enough. Fear that bad harvest signals God's displeasure. Fear that your neighbour whispers accusations behind closed doors. Fear that disease comes not from filth, but from wicked hearts nearby. Fear that your daughter may draw the eye of the wrong man. Fear that your son may grow rebellious and bring ruin upon you all. Fear of hunger, fear of pain, fear of death, but most of all, fear of being noticed by powers you cannot control. This fear is not paralysis, it is structure. It keeps you in your place. It keeps your neighbours in theirs. It keeps the Lord above you, the priest between you, and God always watching. You labour, you kneel, you confess, you tithe, you repent, and you survive, because belief in this world is not just faith. It is law. It is control. It is the invisible chain you have worn since birth. As the sun rises higher over your village, its light does not bring clarity, only further exposure to the dense, tangled web of rules you were born into. Every waking moment, every interaction, every word spoken beneath the thatched rooftops is governed by invisible laws. Laws older than the Lord's castle, older even than the village itself. They are not written, yet everyone knows them. They are not debated, yet everyone fears them. They are not fair, yet everyone obeys them. Because to defy them is to invite ruin, not only upon yourself, but upon your entire household. The priest reminds you constantly that suffering is sacred, that your aches, your hunger, your losses, they are gifts, tests of your soul, opportunities to prove your humility before God. He speaks of martyrs who suffered far greater torments than you, saints flayed alive for their faith, disciples crucified, burned, or stoned for their loyalty, holy men who rejoiced even as they were executed by pagans and heretics. Compared to them, your hunger is a small thing. Your child's cough is a small thing. Your broken tools and empty cupboards are small things. The priest assures you that these afflictions purify your soul like fire purifies gold. And you believe him, because not to believe would mean your suffering is meaningless. The hierarchy between man and woman is equally sanctified. The priest teaches that women are daughters of Eve, born from the rib, second to man, weaker in flesh and spirit. Your wife covers her hair before entering the church, her head bowed in humility. Her voice lowers when the priest or reeve addresses her. She speaks softly in public, lest she be accused of pride, or worse, seduction. If a woman is widowed without sons, her place in the village becomes fragile. Property rights pass through male hands. Protection passes through male relatives. Without them, she may fall swiftly into beggary or be married off at the Lord's discretion. Chastity is demanded, but virginity is currency. Purity is demanded, but obedience is safety. Motherhood is demanded, but fertility is a fragile blessing easily revoked by forces beyond understanding. Superstition is not entertainment. It is survival. You know which woods to avoid on certain nights. You know to leave small offerings of bread or coin at certain crossroads. You know to whisper the Lord's Prayer if you hear the owl cry after dark. Because the world teems with unseen dangers. Spirits that steal children from cradles. Demons that ride your chest at night, stealing your breath. The restless dead who wander between burial and judgment. Creatures in the forest who wear no faces but walk like men. The priest preaches against such beliefs, but even he avoids certain paths after nightfall. Even he glances over his shoulder when the wind howls. You fear not only what lives beyond the forest, but what might live within your own village. The rumours spread easily. A woman whose milk dries too quickly. A man whose crops fail while his neighbours thrive. An infant born, malformed. A cow found dead in its stall without explanation. These are the seeds from which accusations bloom. Witch, heretic, cursed. And once whispered, these words grow teeth. You've seen neighbours turned upon each other overnight. A once respected midwife dragged from her hut, her charms and herbs displayed as proof of her pact with darkness. Her screams joined the smoke as the pyre consumed her. You watched. You did nothing, because you knew the price of speaking. The church offers indulgences, written pardons for sin, bought with coin or service. For the wealthy, these indulgences are shields. For you, they are distant rumours. Your debts are measured not in silver, but in sweat. Your penance is performed with bleeding hands, not ink and parchment. You kneel in the cold stone chapel, whispering prayers for forgiveness you cannot afford to purchase. Your salvation is earned, not bought. Or so you're told. Even simple illnesses are framed as divine messages. A failed harvest may signal the community's collective sin. A fever may be punishment for secret pride. A stillborn child may be the Lord's reminder of mankind's fallen nature. You pray not only for healing, but for understanding. What did we do wrong? Whose sin brought this upon us? How may we cleanse ourselves? The priest offers absolution, but not answers. His prayers are offered loudly. His questions are offered only to God. The calendar itself is built around holy obligations. Lent brings fasting. Advent brings solemnity. The Feast of All Saints brings processions through muddy streets. The Feast of Corpus Christi fills the village square with colourful banners and carefully staged displays of reverence. The seasons of the soul dictate the seasons of your labour. The fields may be frozen or ripe, but the church bells ring regardless. The priest's voice is louder than hunger, louder than the cold, louder than doubt. Your children are baptized before they speak. Water poured upon their heads to cleanse the stain of original sin they carried from birth, a guilt inherited, not earned. The priest reminds you that even infants are born deserving of hell, saved only by grace. Their cries blend with the chanting as a mother's weep softly, not from sorrow, but from a terror barely spoken. If they die unbaptized, their souls are lost. And many do die, and some do not live long enough for baptism. And those infants are buried outside the consecrated ground, beneath unmarked earth. The parents carry that weight in silence for the rest of their lives. The boundaries between sacred and profane are policed fiercely. Certain foods forbidden during holy periods. Certain words never to be spoken aloud. Certain questions never to be asked. You do not question why the Lord's feast is larger than yours during Lent. You do not question why the priest wears silk while you mend your rags. You do not question why some sins are forgiven while others are punished with fire. Because questioning itself is sin, the priest reminds you that this world is but a shadow, that your true reward lies beyond death, where your suffering will be weighed like grain upon celestial scales. That obedience here earns peace there, that poverty here earns treasure there, that silence here earns mercy there. And so you kneel, and so you endure, and so you whisper prayers into the night, hoping they rise high enough to be heard. Because in this world, hope itself is rationed, and faith is the only thing allowed to grow without permission. The structure of your world does not simply exist outside of you. Over time, it has moved inward. It governs your instincts, your reflexes, your very breath. You wake each morning with prayer on your lips, not from piety alone, but from deep, bone-level fear. fear that failing to honour the daily rituals might invite something worse than the hunger already gnawing at your belly. The Church teaches that angels record every word, every deed, every stray thought, that even your dreams are watched, that nothing is forgotten, that no sin escapes divine tally. The priest warns you that God's memory is perfect. You believe him. You must believe him. To doubt would invite more fear than faith ever could. Sin is not only personal, it is collective. When blight strikes the fields, when livestock fall sick, when rain refuses to fall, the question is not simply why, but whose fault. A hidden sin somewhere among you has brought God's displeasure. A secret offence has poisoned the air, the water, the earth. Whispers circulate as quickly as disease. Eyes narrow at widows, at strangers, at neighbours who prosper, while others suffer. A failed harvest breeds suspicion long before hunger sets in. If no cause can be found, one will be invented. An accusation is sometimes safer than uncertainty. Better to cast out one sheep than lose the whole flock. Holy relics are the village's fragile shields against these dangers. Fragments of bone, dried flowers said to have bloomed near saints' graves, splinters from distant crosses, all guarded carefully by the priest. You kneel before them during Mass, believing they carry power to heal, to protect, to intercede on your behalf. The relics themselves are often housed in simple wooden boxes or iron-bound chests, but their value is not in gold or craftsmanship. It is in faith. When plague threatens nearby towns, the priest displays the relics more prominently, leading processions through the village, chanting prayers of protection as villagers follow barefoot through the mud. Each step is penance. Each chant is a desperate plea for mercy. The saints offer a secondary ladder, one you might climb after death if not in life. Their stories are recited often. Men and women who endured suffering, martyrdom, starvation, torture, yet remained faithful. Their flesh broken, their bodies burned, their eyes gouged, yet their spirits triumphant. The priest holds these lives before you as examples, proof that greater suffering has been borne, and thus so can yours. You invoke different saints for different needs. Saint Apollonia for aching teeth, Saint Roch for plague, Saint Isidore for the harvest, Saint Margaret for childbirth, Saint Anthony for lost livestock. You pray to each with the quiet hope that your request will be noticed among the countless others rising from every village across the land. The feast days honouring these saints offer rare moments of relief, but always within the tight grasp of ritual. On St. John's Eve, bonfires light the fields, villagers circling the flames, throwing herbs into the fire to ward off misfortune. On Corpus Christi, the priest carries the sacrament through the streets, incense swirling like fog, as villagers drop to their knees in the mud, lowering their eyes before the sacred host. On All Souls' Day, you leave candles flickering beside graves, their tiny flames struggling against the wind, as prayers rise for the souls trapped between heaven and hell. These rituals stitch your community together like thin threads across an unravelling garment, fragile but necessary. Without them, you fear the world would split open entirely. Confession is another form of control, though it wears the mask of mercy. The priest listens from behind his screen, his voice calm, his questions sharp. You confess sins you remember. You invent sins you do not. You dig into your memory for any thought, word, or deed that might have displeased God. Better to over-confess than risk omission. better to grovel than to gamble. The priest assigned penance based on the weight of your sins, prayers, fasts, offerings. Each one another brick added to the towering structure that keeps you bent low. And you thank him, because forgiveness, even costly forgiveness, is a relief, even if your guilt remains. Pilgrims occasionally pass through, en route to shrines far beyond your village, Compostela, Canterbury, Rome, or even Jerusalem for the wealthiest. They speak of holy relics, greater than any your village holds, of cathedrals with ceilings high enough to pierce the sky, of sacred wells said to cure blindness, of monks who walk barefoot for years as penance. You listen, awed but distant. You will never see these places. Your world does not stretch that far. Still, you offer them food, coin, or shelter, hoping that aiding a pilgrim might weigh favourably on your own salvation ledger. Even charity is an investment in eternity. The nobility's piety exists in its own strange sphere. You watch as the Lord's family attends Mass, their embroidered garments glinting in the candlelight, their prayers delivered with well-rehearsed solemnity. They commission stained glass windows and donate gold to monasteries. They pay priests to say masses for their dead. They fund repairs to chapels bearing their family crests. Their wealth purchases not only comfort in this life, but hope in the next. You see their generosity praised in sermons. You see their sins forgiven swiftly. You see their indulgences purchased in bulk. For you, salvation is earned through sweat. For them, it is transacted like any other good. Monasteries stand as both holy places and quiet reminders of what you will never have. Behind their thick stone walls, monks live apart from hunger and tax, insulated from both lord and peasant alike. Their gardens grow lush with herbs forbidden to you. Their halls echo with chants sung in languages you barely recognize. Their scribes copy texts you will never read. The priest describes their lives as sacrifices, devotion through isolation. But their bellies are full. Their robes are clean. Their fingers are unblistered. You envy them in secret, and you fear such envy itself is sin. Marriage, too, is tied to belief. The priest oversees every union, blessing each match as a holy bond, a contract sanctified by God. You stand at the altar, exchanging vows not only with your spouse, but with the church itself. Your marriage is not a private matter. It's a public covenant, binding you into the village's fragile social fabric. If a husband abuses his wife, she may seek counsel from the priest, but rarely justice. If a wife strays, the priest reminds her of Eve's weakness. If a child is born out of wedlock, both parents carry shame before the entire village. Purity is demanded most fiercely from women, whose bodies are treated as fragile vessels carrying either honour or disgrace. A single misstep can mark a family for generations. The structure holds because it is old, because it was in place before you were born, because it will remain after you die. It holds because questioning it invites only danger. It holds because belief itself becomes a kind of comfort. It holds because it tells you, suffer now, be obedient now, remain small now, and you'll be rewarded later. And you pray every day that later truly exists. The sun dips lower, and with it comes the slow breathing of your village beneath the weight of its faith. The day winds down, but the invisible web of control remains thick around every home, every prayer, every thought. The rhythm of belief does not fade with the light. It tightens. As dusk settles, the priest's bell tolls again, cutting through the cool evening air. You and your family gather inside your small smoky home, as every other family does, returning to the safety of walls and faith. Outside, the world belongs to the spirits now. The darkness is not empty here. It breathes, it watches, it waits. The evening prayers begin softly. You kneel before a crude wooden cross nailed unevenly to the wall beside the hearth. The flame from a single tallow candle flickers, casting long, warped shadows across the rough boards. Your children kneel beside you, their small heads bowed low, their hands clumsily clasped together. Your wife whispers the familiar words with a quiet urgency, her voice trembling faintly under the weight of daily exhaustion. You pray for protection from thieves who wander the roads under moonlight. You pray against wolves that stalk the outer fields, slipping silently between the trees. You pray for the souls of your dead children, buried beneath shallow earth outside the consecrated grounds, where they wait, hopefully, for some small mercy beyond your understanding. You pray for the strength to endure tomorrow's work, for another season of rain that neither drowns nor starves, for the health of your animals, for the Lord's continued mercy, or at least his continued indifference. The prayers fill the room, not with comfort, but with structure. Without these rituals, the world would unravel even faster than it already threatens to. These words, repeated every night, are as much a survival tool as the hoe or the plough. They keep your thoughts contained, your hopes regulated, your fears restrained. They remind you of your place. Outside, the wind picks up. The thatch roof sighs as the gusts rattle loose strands of straw. You glance toward the door, half expecting to see shadowy figures standing just beyond its frame. The devil's agents are said to walk freely at night, slipping between homes, whispering to the weak, inviting damnation with promises of impossible relief. The priest warns that demons do not announce themselves with horns and flame, but with whispers of pride, with subtle seeds of rebellion, with doubts spoken only in the mind. A man who envies his Lord's food is already halfway lost. A woman who questions her station invites Eve's ancient curse. A peasant who dreams of fairness stands already on the edge of hell. The devil is subtle here. He need not conquer with force. He conquers with questions. You feel the weight of this as you finish your prayers and blow gently on the candle's fragile flame, watching it tremble and vanish. The darkness settles like a thick blanket, and in that darkness you pull your family close, as though your embrace alone might keep the evil at bay. Sleep does not come easily. You lay awake on your straw mattress, the lice stirring as your body warms the bedding, the scurrying of mice audible in the rafters above you, the distant howls of dogs drifting faintly through the walls. Your mind circles endlessly around the day's small fears and tomorrow's certain struggles. You pray again, silently now, not for relief, but for endurance. Even your dreams are shaped by belief. You dream of saints and devils, of endless fields stretching into grey skies, of storm clouds splitting open and voices from above judging your life's invisible tally. In these dreams, you are never triumphant. You are always kneeling, always confessing, always pleading for mercy that may or may not come. The village rises again with the first light. The priest's bell rings once more. Its voice is steady, eternal, almost mechanical in its predictability. You dress in the same stiff, sweat-stained tunic, tugging the coarse wool over your aching shoulders. The air carries the familiar damp chill as your feet press into the cold, packed dirt floor. The work begins again, as it always does. But before the hoe bites the soil, before the livestock are fed, before the fire is stoked, you kneel once more. Another prayer, another act of submission, another small offering to the unseen power that watches you constantly. At the chapel, the priest stands robed before the simple altar. His voice echoes off stone walls blackened by years of smoke. His sermons rarely change. He reminds you that pride is the root of ruin, that obedience is the path to grace, that your suffering is not a burden but a gift. You listen with the others, heads bowed, eyes fixed on the damp flagstones. His words wrap around you like a net. You feel their weight press against your ribs with every slow breath. After Mass, you file out in silence, your feet scraping against the wet earth. Conversations are quiet, cautious. No one speaks openly of doubt. Doubt has no home here. Doubt invites eyes and ears you cannot afford to attract. Doubt invites suspicion. And suspicion, once spoken, grows quickly into accusation. The priest moves through the village afterward, visiting homes where sickness lingers. His prayers are offered with careful ceremony. He holds the sacrament before the sick, tracing the air with slow, deliberate motions. You see him press his hand gently to the forehead of your coughing neighbour's child, whispering Latin phrases that no one understands, but everyone fears not to hear. The villagers cross themselves as he passes, as though his very shadow carries a piece of the divine. But you also see how carefully he avoids the worst of the filth, stepping lightly over puddles thick with refuse, covering his mouth when the wind shifts. His words speak of humility, but his steps reveal his distance from your world's daily grime. In the evening, as darkness returns, the cycle repeats. The bell tolls. The prayers rise, the fears circle, the faith holds. You were born into this structure. You have raised children into it. You will likely die beneath it. And even then, the prayers will continue. The priest will speak the rites over your grave. The bell will toll. The village will bow their heads. The weight will remain, pressing down upon those who survive you just as it has pressed upon you. This is not freedom. It is not joy. It is not even peace. It is order. It is stability. It is the only thing you have ever known. You do not question it. You do not resist it. You endure it. Because belief in this world is not comfort. It is survival. There is a quiet horror that underpins everything in your world. It lives not in the shadows of distant forests or the whispered threats of demons, but here, openly, in the air you breathe, in the work you do, in the skin you wear. It is not the kind of horror that strikes quickly and leaves screams in its wake. It is slower than that, deeper, more intimate. You live inside it, you carry it with you, you feed it with your every breath. The true horror of your world is that it makes sense. The endless hunger, the sickness, the pain, the humiliation. They are not viewed as accidents or tragedies. They are seen as the natural order of things, as ordinary as rain or wind or sunrise. The priest speaks of your suffering as virtue. The Lord speaks of your labour as duty. The reeve speaks of your debt as obligation. Your neighbours speak of your misfortune as inevitability. You speak of it all with acceptance, because to speak otherwise would be dangerous, and to think otherwise would be unbearable. Disease is constant. You never expect to be fully healthy. You only hope to be less sick than yesterday. Sores appear without warning. Red, swollen welts rise along your thighs, under your arms, beneath your hair. They itch at first, then they burn, then they split open, weeping pus that soaks into your woolen tunic and stiffens it into a crusted second skin. You wrap the wounds with damp rags, hoping they do not blacken, hoping the fever does not follow. Sometimes they heal, sometimes they don't. Sometimes the rot climbs deeper, pulling your flesh inwards like a tightening knot beneath your skin. You watch your neighbour's leg swell to twice its size. You watch his toes blacken, curl, and rot. You watch the flies gather at the open wound, feasting boldly as he moans softly through cracked lips. The priest offers prayers, the healer offers boiled roots, the neighbours offer silence. In time, the fever takes him. His body is wrapped, buried quickly, forgotten even quicker. The village moves on. The water you drink carries its own threats. You watch as families drink from the same bucket that washed their hands, their feet, their wounds. The same stream that carries waste downstream delivers life upstream. You drink carefully, but there is no safety. Your gut twists days later. The pain stabs sharp beneath your ribs. Diarrhea empties your body, leaving you too weak to stand. Your children lie beside you, equally emptied, equally pale, their eyes sunken as they whisper for water you are afraid to give them. Sometimes they recover. Sometimes they do not. Tiny graves are dug in shallow soil. Small crosses planted where the wood will rot before the memory fades. The priest reminds you that the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. The reeve reminds you that your tax remains due. The labour remains waiting. And so you stand, weakly, and return to work. The animals you raise betray you as well. The pigs root through your waste, their snouts slick with filth, their bodies fattening on rot. You feed them gladly, knowing they will feed your family in turn, but you watch them with wary eyes. Sometimes their breath carries a strange odour, sweet and sharp, like death hidden beneath warm skin. You wonder if their flesh has already turned against you from the inside. You butcher them anyway. You salt their meat. You feed your children. Later, when the stomach cramps return, you say nothing. You do not connect the dots. You cannot afford to connect the dots. You simply whisper another prayer and clutch your stomach until the pain fades or carries you with it. The absurdity grows with every winter. The cold moves through your home like a living thing, crawling beneath blankets, stiffening joints, freezing water into solid sheets you chip apart each morning with shaking hands. The animals huddle closer, their breath clouding the already smoky air. The pig's body heat helps warm the children's small frames as they shiver beneath threadbare wool. At night, your breath rises like steam toward the rafters, where icicles dangle above your straw bed. You wake each morning unsure if your youngest will stir. You listen for their breath. You pray it still comes. When it doesn't, you bury quickly. The ground is too hard to dig deep. The wind howls as you press the soil flat with your boot. You mark the grave with a stone. You do not cry. You do not scream. You endure, because the next child still breathes, and they still need you. Even birth itself is a gamble soaked in horror. Your wife screams in the dim light of your hut as the midwife works with trembling hands. The blood pools quickly, soaking into the straw beneath her as the child struggles to emerge. There is no sterilization, no anesthesia, no tools sharper than a dull blade blackened from countless prior deliveries. The air is thick with smoke, sweat, fear, and the smell of iron. Sometimes the child breathes, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes your wife lives. Sometimes she doesn't. When both survive, you rejoice quietly. You thank God, even as you feel the fear settle deeper. Because you know the odds. You know how fragile this victory is. You have buried children before. You may bury more. And still, the absurd rituals persist. The priest arrives after each death, offering sacraments and incantations. His robes gleam beneath the flickering candlelight as he swings the thurible, spreading thick waves of incense through the cramped air. He speaks of heaven, of reward, of purpose. You nod, whispering prayers through dry lips, your knees numb against the cold stone floor. But inside, beneath the words, beneath the ritual, beneath the forced reverence, something quieter stirs. A small voice you dare not speak aloud. A question. A doubt. A slow, gnawing whisper. How much longer can this continue? The horror of your world does not announce itself with screams or monsters. It is not the horror of sudden terror, but of quiet, relentless erosion. It is the horror of watching the people you love vanish slowly, one piece at a time. You watch your spouse's body stiffen each morning as they struggle to rise, joints worn down by years of bending, lifting, hauling, and kneeling. The lines on their face deepen. The hands that once braided hair or cradled children now tremble as they mend torn cloth. You do not speak of the pain, neither do they. Pain is not something discussed here. It is not remarkable. It is not news. Pain is part of the atmosphere. Pain is part of being alive. And then one day, they do not rise. The body finally surrenders. The breath grows shallow. The skin grows pale. The priest comes. The children cry softly in the corner, clutching each other as the candles burn lower. You hold their hand until it cools beneath your fingers, and then you bury them. The grave is shallow. The wood used for the coffin is thin and rough, barely holding its shape. You cover the body quickly as the wind howls. There is no time for elaborate mourning. The labour continues the next morning as it always does. The children still need to eat. The field still needs to be planted. The animals still need to be fed. The horror here is not death itself. It is that you cannot stop for it. The absurdity reveals itself most clearly in the rules you live beneath. You may not hunt the deer in the Lord's forests, though they graze freely just beyond your fields, fat and slow beneath the trees. You may not gather fallen branches for firewood without permission, even as your family shivers beneath threadbare blankets. You may not grind your own grain without paying the Lord's miller. You carry your sack of barley to the mill, watching as the miller takes his heavy share, the rightful portion owed to the Lord, leaving you with enough to barely stretch through winter. You bow your head and thank him as he hands back your smaller sack, because to protest would be foolish, because everyone watches, because the system watches. Absurdity is not accidental here. It is deliberate. It is a tool. You're not simply ruled by labour. You are ruled by rules designed to remind you that you are not free, that even what grows from the dirt beneath your own feet belongs to someone else. The plague arrives like a ghost, unseen at first, but deeply felt. You hear the rumours from distant villages, entire families dying in days, priests overwhelmed with bodies, graves dug so hastily that limbs stick out from the dirt. And then it arrives here. At first, it is one child coughing, then another, then an elder clutching his chest as dark boils rise beneath his arms. The blackened swellings grow fast, angry beneath the skin. Fever burns their bodies from the inside. Their breath grows short, their speech delirious. The smell comes next, a sweet, sickly rot that clings to everything. The bodies are burned when possible, but too many die too quickly. The graveyard overflows. Some are buried in mass pits. Others are simply left to decay where they fell, swarmed by flies whose bellies carry the sickness forward. The priest prays louder. The incense burns thicker. The bells toll more frequently. But God's silence remains. You hold your children tighter at night, counting their breaths, listening for coughs in the darkness, whispering prayers to saints whose names you barely remember. The plague is not only death, it is waiting for death. It is hearing death creeping outside your door like a patient visitor. The horror grows inside the minds of those who remain. As more die, blame spreads like wildfire. Whispers of witchcraft rise again. Neighbours turn on neighbours, desperate for someone to blame. A woman's herbs become evidence. A man's wealth becomes suspicion. A widow's childless home becomes a curse. Accusations swell, fed by fear. The priest leads public confessions. Suspected witches are dragged to the square. Some are drowned, some are burned. You stand in the crowd, silent, eyes downcast. You do not speak. You do not move. You do not breathe too loudly, because you know how quickly the eyes can turn towards you. In this world, fear is fuel. Fear keeps the order intact. Fear keeps people small. Even when the plague passes, it leaves behind a village that is quieter, emptier, and more brittle. The fields lie partially untilled that season, not for lack of will, but for lack of bodies. The houses with boarded doors remain untouched, their occupants buried beneath unmarked mounds nearby. The wind whistles through broken shutters. The rats move freely. You survive. But the price of survival is the constant knowledge that you could not protect everyone. You carry their names silently. You light candles for them on holy days. You add their deaths to your collection of wounds that never fully close. And then you plant again. And you labour again. And you endure again. Because what else is there to do? The horror is also in the mundane. In your fingernails cracked from cold. In your teeth rotting slowly in your mouth. In the lice that nest beneath your cap, feasting on your scalp each night. In the persistent rash that blooms beneath your woolen tunic, wet with sweat and filth. You scratch until you bleed. The bleeding invites infection. The infection invites fever. The fever invites death. All because you cannot afford soap. All because there is no such thing as clean. You wear your filth like a second skin. You live inside it. You sleep inside it. You feed your children inside it. And you pretend not to notice when the scabs break open and fresh pus leaks through the seams of your clothing. Because noticing it would be a luxury. Because complaining about it would be a sin. Because your neighbour suffers the same and worse. The absurdity of prayer wraps around you like a blanket soaked in cold water. You pray before every meal, knowing the food might still poison you. You pray before sleep, knowing you might not wake. You pray for rain, and then for the rain to stop. You pray for the animals to birth strong young, and for the wolves not to take them. You pray for the Lord's mercy even as his tax collector empties your stores. The priest reminds you that God tests those he loves most, that your suffering is proof of your worthiness, that those who endure will be lifted high after death. You whisper these words to your children as they cry in hunger, as they burn with fever, as they grow thinner with each passing season. You tell them to be patient, You tell them God sees everything. You tell them their reward waits after this life. Because you must believe it. Because if you do not, then all of this is meaningless. And you cannot afford for it to be meaningless. This is the horror you carry, not the horror of sudden violence, not the horror of beasts in the woods, not the horror of murderers in the night, but the horror of endless, quiet erosion. The horror of knowing that your life is nothing more than a slow unspooling of pain and submission. The horror of realizing that endurance itself is your only skill. The horror of waking each morning and knowing you must survive another day exactly like the one before it. And you do. You always do. Because you have no choice. No, the horror of your world is not that it surprises you. It is that it never does. The rhythm of suffering is so constant, so familiar, that it becomes a kind of companion. You wake beside it. You eat with it. You labour beneath its weight. You fall asleep to its whisper. In your village, nothing shocks. Nothing feels new. Not even death. You have seen bodies pulled from collapsed huts after storms, their faces pale beneath the rubble, their mouths frozen open as though calling for help that never arrived. The villagers gather quietly as the priest prays over the remains. No one weeps loudly, no one screams. Instead, there are nods. Small, tired nods, the kind that say yes, of course, again. The bodies are wrapped, the holes are dug. The ground swallows them, as it always does. And by nightfall, your hands are back on the plough, your mind already bending toward tomorrow's work. Injury is not an interruption here. It is a companion that walks alongside you, matching your every step. You have worked fields with broken fingers splintered with strips of bark. You have carried bundles of firewood with open sores oozing beneath the cloth wrapped around your palms. You have swung the hoe with shoulders swollen from torn muscle. The healer might offer a poultice made from boiled roots and animal fat. Sometimes the wound scabs, sometimes it festers. You feel the infection creep up your arm some nights as you lay still, the dull throb climbing like a slow vine beneath your skin. You whisper prayers into the dark, bargaining with a God who rarely answers. When the fever breaks, you thank him. When it doesn't, you prepare your family for another burial. Even your animals live close to this strange border between life and death. You have watched cows birth stillborn calves onto cold straw, their glossy bodies steaming faintly in the morning air. You have seen chickens convulse, as strange sicknesses twist their necks sideways until breath leaves them entirely. You have found pigs dead in their pens, eyes glassy, tongues swollen between broken teeth. Each loss is another fracture in your fragile balance of survival. A lost pig means less food. A dead cow means less milk. A barren goat means thinner stew. But you do not scream. You do not rage. You bury the carcasses outside the village edge and carry on. Because you must. Because you have no other choice. The absurdity extends even to childbirth. That supposed miracle you have watched steal more life than it grants. You have seen women give birth in agony, their screams tearing through the thin walls of their homes as blood pools around their hips. You have seen midwives whisper prayers while their hands tremble, unsure whether they are pulling life into the world or ushering death through the doorway once more. Sometimes the child comes blue and silent. Sometimes both mother and child leave together. And when they survive, you celebrate quietly, because you know how many do not. You watch as your children grow thin, their ribs visible beneath loose cloth, Their bellies swell from parasites feeding within. Their hair falls out in tufts when hunger outpaces the limited scraps you can offer. Still you smile for them. Still you tell them stories of saints and salvation. Still you promise them that God sees their suffering and that it will be rewarded in time. Because they must believe it. Because if they do not, their small bodies will collapse beneath the weight of hopelessness before starvation ever finishes the task. Sometimes absurdity turns its face fully toward you, smiling like a cruel jest only you can hear. The Lord's men ride through your village, their horses snorting as their hooves splash through muddy puddles filled with waste and stagnant water. Their armour glints in the sun. Their cloaks remain dry, even as yours clings wetly to your skin. They ride past your struggling oxen, past your wilted barley, past your children barefoot in the mud. They carry swords sharper than any tool you have ever held. They wear boots that would cost more than your family's entire annual yield. And yet, they barely see you. You are not worth their gaze. You are part of the background, part of the scenery they own. The absurdity is not that they have so much. The absurdity is that you are expected to thank them for it. The priest reminds you that the Lord rules by divine right, that his abundance is not theft, but responsibility. He bears the burden of your protection, and in exchange, you bear the burden of his wealth. You whisper your gratitude through gritted teeth and cracked lips, because not to thank him would be sin, because sin carries punishment. The hunger hums constantly beneath everything. You have eaten pottage so thin it resembles cloudy water. You have chewed bread so hard it split your gums and left your mouth tasting of blood. You have gnawed gristle from bones too small to satisfy even your youngest child's belly. You have watched your wife trade the last bit of cheese for a small handful of oats. You have watched your neighbours boil roots pulled from ditches, adding grass to make the pot seem fuller. You have felt the deep ache beneath your ribs, the strange light-headed euphoria that starvation brings when your body begins feeding upon itself. And you have seen hunger steal reason from men. You have seen neighbours steal from one another. You have seen fathers weep as they bury children whose stomachs were swollen with nothing but air. And still you rise each morning to work the same barren soil that denies you enough food to live. You convince yourself that next season will be better, that God will reward your faith, that suffering now secures mercy later. Because you have to believe this. Because the alternative is unthinkable. Disease does not announce itself grandly. It begins with a small cough, a stiffness in the joints, a heat beneath the skin. You watch the signs build slowly, stacking upon each other like dry branches waiting for flame. The cough deepens into a wet rattle. The fever rises until sweat soaks through wool and straw alike. The skin pales, then flushes red with angry splotches. The breath grows shallow. You have sat beside too many fevered bodies to believe each one will survive. You hold their hands, feeling the heat pour from their flesh like steam. You whisper prayers not of hope, but of surrender. If they live, you call it a miracle. If they die, you call it God's will. Because what else can you call it? The horror of your world is that it does not pause for grief. The grave is filled. The prayers are whispered. The work resumes. The fields do not sow themselves. The livestock do not feed themselves. The roof does not mend itself. The wheel keeps turning. You carry your grief like a stone in your stomach. Heavy, cold, but quiet. You dare not speak of it too often. Others carry their own stones. Complaining only reminds them of their own weight, and so you nod when others lose children. You nod when others bury wives. You nod when others collapse in the fields and are carried away. Because you understand. Because you're waiting for your turn. Because you know that one day others will nod for you. This is the absurdity you live inside. A world that breaks your body, poisons your children, mocks your labour, robs your stomach, humiliates your soul, and calls it holy. A world that promises you relief after death, while ensuring your life remains an endless rehearsal for suffering. A world that demands gratitude for chains you were born wearing, and somehow you endure it, because endurance is the only thing you own, because hope, even false hope, is the only warmth you are allowed, because to collapse would be to lose the only victory you still possess, the victory of survival. The sun rises again. You feel its weak warmth on your face as you step into the damp morning air. The sky glows pale, but the weight inside you does not lift. Every new day arrives wearing the same old clothes: hunger, labour, fear, silence. You move through this day like you moved through all the others because you must. Not because you hope for something better, but because you are still breathing. And breathing means more work. You hear the crows calling overhead, their harsh voices filling the quiet as they circle low. They are patient. They always are. They know their place. So do you. The absurdity of your existence lies not in your suffering, but in how ordinary that suffering is. The child who coughs in the corner. The mother who grows pale and thin after each pregnancy. The old man whose back has curled inward until he cannot stand straight. These are not tragedies here. They are simply part of life. You pass by the graveyard, where crooked wooden markers lean drunkenly into the earth. The rain has washed many names away. Some graves are now nothing more than soft indentations, grass growing over what lies beneath. You try not to think of how many of those graves were dug with your own hands. You try not to count. Counting makes it heavier. The priest speaks again this morning. His voice floats over the heads of the kneeling villagers like a thin, cold wind. He speaks of submission, of humility, of how the meek shall inherit the kingdom of God. You hear these words every week. You know them as well as you know the pain in your knees. They comfort and wound in equal measure. He says suffering is a test, but never says when the test will end. He says poverty builds character, but he does not wear your hunger. He says your Lord is a righteous master, but he does not carry your debts. And still you nod, you bow, you whisper, Amen. Because to do otherwise would bring punishment not only here, but you're told in the next world too. Your obedience is not agreement. It is survival. Your life is a long procession of seasons, each one wearing a different mask, but telling the same story. In spring, the soil is too wet. In summer, too dry. In autumn, the harvest is never enough. In winter, the cold strips away what little strength remains. You measure your life not by years, but by harvests that failed and winters that nearly broke you. Your children measure their childhoods by the number of siblings buried before them. You tell them stories at night to keep their minds away from their growling stomachs. You speak of saints who suffered nobly, of angels who watch over them, of heaven waiting for the faithful. You speak these words softly, not because you believe them, but because they need to. Their belief keeps them breathing. You have watched entire families disappear. A bad year comes. The rains drown the fields, or the sun burns them to dust. The livestock sicken. The debts pile higher. First they pawn their tools, then their animals, then they sell their land. When nothing is left, they leave, wandering into the next village, the next town, or the forest beyond. Some are never seen again. Some return months later, thinner, weaker, changed. You fear their fate. You fear becoming them. You fear that one failed harvest will strip you down to that same desperate nothingness. And so you work harder, you bend lower, you speak softer. You give the priest his tithes, the Lord his taxes, the reeve his quotas. You keep yourself small, invisible, enduring. The Lord's castle looms above the village, a stone reminder of your place. Inside, warmth and light spill from thick windows. The tables are heavy with food you've never tasted, meats roasted golden, bread so soft they tear without a knife, fruits from distant places you cannot name. You catch glimpses when the gates open. The laughter from inside reaches you sometimes, carried by the wind like a cruel melody. You turn your eyes downward. You remind yourself that you are fortunate to have a Lord who protects you. You whisper prayers of gratitude while your stomach twists itself into quiet knots of hunger. Because if you do not give thanks, you risk losing even the little you have. There is no fairness here, only survival. You have seen kind men starve while cruel ones grow fat. You have seen mothers who pray daily lose every child. You have seen wicked men forgiven and righteous ones crushed beneath misfortune. The priest says, God's ways are mysterious. You nod. You accept it. Because questioning it does nothing but open doors you cannot afford to open. In this world, justice is not a reward for goodness. Justice is simply another word for whatever happens. Even when miracles come, they come twisted. You have seen women survive childbirth only to bleed to death days later. You have seen men healed of fever only to fall from a ladder and break their necks. You have seen livestock spared from plague only to die of winter starvation. You have seen children grow strong, then waste away from unseen sicknesses that leave them too weak to lift a spoon. You learn not to trust good fortune. You learn not to celebrate too loudly, because every gain feels like an invitation for the next loss. The church teaches that the next life is better, that heaven is waiting, that those who suffer most here will be first among the blessed. You cling to this promise like a drowning man clings to driftwood. You pass it to your children like the only inheritance you can afford. The afterlife becomes your secret currency. A promised relief you never see but must believe in, because without it, there's only the crushing weight of now. You whisper these hopes at night into the smoky dark. You repeat them with dry lips as you bury another child. You hold them close as your body breaks beneath the endless labour. Because if there is no reward after this, then this world is nothing but cruelty without purpose. And you cannot survive that thought. This is the horror that defines your life. The horror of endless work that feeds mouths while starving your soul. The horror of watching loved ones slip away one by one. The horror of enduring hunger, sickness, cold, and loss while being told it is holy. The horror of knowing that you must believe, because not believing is even worse. And yet you rise. Each morning, each season, each year. Because even in horror, life continues. Because even when your body begs to fall, you stand. Because survival, in its own awful way, becomes its own small victory. You endure because you must. You endure because there is no other way. And in this world, endurance is the only thing you have ever truly owned. It begins softly, Not with a scream, not with a violent crack, not even with a new wound. You've had all of those before, and you've endured them. This is quieter. The weight settles deeper. A weight you can no longer name. It is not the cold that breaks you. You have known cold. You have felt it creep beneath your blankets, wrap itself around your bones like an old, familiar enemy. It is not hunger that breaks you. You have lived with hunger clawing at your insides since you could first walk behind your parents in the fields. Hunger has been your constant companion, its sharp edge dulled by its own familiarity. It is not even loss that breaks you. You have buried children. You have lowered your parents into the earth. You have dug graves with your own trembling hands as crows circled silently above. You have stood beneath a pale sky while the priest whispered words of comfort that echoed hollow in your ears. No, what finally cracks you open is far smaller, far more ordinary. One morning you rise as always. You wrap the same stiff cloth around your feet. You step into the cold air. The breath leaves your mouth in thin, desperate ribbons. You listen to the groan of your knees as they fight to carry you outside. And as you lift your hoe, your hand hesitates. For the briefest moment, the smallest flicker of time, you wonder, what would happen if I simply did not? If you simply let the tool fall to the earth? If you simply sat down in the mud? If you simply allowed yourself to stop? The thought terrifies you, not because of its danger, but because of how warm it feels. The idea of stopping, of surrendering, of letting it all pass over you, feels like a softness you have not known in years. And it stays with you. The others move around you. The village breathes. The priest calls for prayer. The Lord's men pass through. The fields stretch ahead. But inside, the soil of your soul begins to erode. The prayers you once whispered with devotion now feel distant, like echoes from someone else's mouth. You still kneel, still bow, still cross yourself at the proper times, but the words slide over you like cold water. You listen to the priest speak of purpose, of reward, of heavenly justice, and you feel nothing. Not anger, not doubt, not rebellion, just emptiness. A hollow space where belief once lived. At night, you lie on the damp straw. You listen to the wind pressing against your hut's thin walls. You hear your children breathing beside you, their small chests rising and falling beneath rough blankets that barely keep out the cold. You feel the damp creeping into your bones. You feel the lice shifting across your scalp. You feel the dull ache in your belly that has never fully left you. And still, you stare upward into the dark, waiting for the numbness to carry you into sleep. But even sleep begins to fail you. You wake often now, your mind heavy, your chest tight, your breath shallow. You sit up in the darkness, rubbing your face with calloused hands, listening to the silence. There is nothing chasing you, nothing attacking you. And yet you are afraid. Afraid of nothing. Afraid of everything. Afraid of waking again tomorrow. To face the same day, the same weight, the same futility. The smallest tasks begin to feel enormous. The hoe grows heavier. The walk to the fields feels longer. The fire takes longer to catch. The livestock resist you more. Even your own children's voices, once bright and filled with hope, now sound distant, like echoes from another life, another world. You hear them laugh, and instead of joy, you feel a cold, bitter ache rise inside you, because you know what waits for them. You know what the years will do to them. You know how their small backs will bend, how their thin hands will crack, how their dreams will erode into survival. You want to protect them, but you know you cannot. And so their laughter hurts, because it reminds you of what they still believe, and what you no longer can. You begin to drift through your days like a ghost trapped inside your own body. The faces of your neighbours blur together. The words of the priest drone into background noise. The weight of the Lord's taxes feels distant, like something happening to someone else. You perform the motions. You plant. You harvest. You feed the animals. You whisper the prayers. But inside you are not there. Inside, something has collapsed. Sometimes you catch yourself staring at the sky longer than you should. The clouds drift lazily across the pale blue, unconcerned by your life or your pain. You watch the birds soar, free from the burdens that keep you bound to the mud. And you wonder, why must we suffer? The thought rises unbidden. A forbidden thought? A dangerous thought. You crush it quickly, as you have been taught to do. You cross yourself. You whisper a prayer. You tell yourself that questioning is sin. But the thought returns. Not loudly, quietly, persistently, like a slow leak in a wooden barrel. At times, you envy the dead. Not because you long for death, but because you envy the release. The relief. The end of this endless loop of toil, hunger, grief, and fear. You watch your wife as she sleeps, her face hollow, her breath shallow, her body worn down from years of childbirth and labour. You know she carries the same weight. You see it in her eyes each morning. Neither of you speak of it, because there is no solution, because naming it would make it heavier, because to say it aloud would be to admit that you have already been defeated. So you carry it. Silently, together, apart. You walk past the graves again on your way to the fields. The markers lean further now, some having fallen entirely. The earth has softened after the rains. A hollow depression marks where your youngest was laid to rest last winter. You stop, just for a moment, just long enough to feel the full weight of it. You lower your head, you whisper their name, and then you continue walking, because the work is waiting, because the debt remains, because the Lord does not care for your sorrow, because the priest will remind you that grief is a test, because your children still breathe, because your body still moves, and because you know that if you stop for too long, you may never rise again. This is where the true collapse lives. Not in a scream, not in a tear, not in rebellion, but in the quiet surrender of hope, in the empty space where belief once stood, in the hollow silence that grows louder inside you each day. You endure, but inside, something has already broken. The collapse inside you deepens, but it makes no sound. You move, you work, you pray, but something hollow echoes behind each step, each word. It is not a collapse that falls suddenly, like a roof caving in. It is slower, more cruel, like a slow settling of the ground beneath your feet, inch by inch, until you barely notice how much lower you are standing. You still rise before dawn, though your limbs resist. You still tie the same frayed cloth around your aching wrists. You still walk barefoot across the frozen mud outside your home. You still lift the hoe and place it into the soil, though your hands tremble beneath a familiar weight. And yet, inside your chest, the silence grows heavier. You're not angry. You're not even afraid. You are simply tired in a way that no sleep can touch. The weariness is not only in your body, it is in your bones. It is in your name. It is in the dirt beneath your feet, the air in your lungs, the very shape of your life. You begin to avoid the eyes of your neighbours more often, not because you distrust them, not because they have wronged you, but because you recognise the same emptiness growing inside them. You see it behind their forced smiles, behind their muttered greetings, behind their heads bowed at Mass. You see it in the way they stare blankly across the fields, in the way they hold their children close without speaking, in the way their prayers have grown quieter. You're all slipping beneath the same waterline. You pretend not to see it. They pretend not to see it in you, because to acknowledge it would be to acknowledge the truth you all fear, that there is no saving any of you. The priest's sermons grow harder to hear, not because his voice weakens, but because the words no longer reach you. You hear him speak of heaven, of divine justice, of rewards waiting for the faithful. You see him lift the cross, his eyes closed in practiced reverence, his lips moving in the same rehearsed prayers. But the words fall flat now, like stones tossed into a dry well. You mouth the prayers along with the others, but your voice is hollow, your lips dry. The syllables come from memory alone, not belief. They are noises you've learned to repeat because not repeating them would bring trouble. The priest speaks of suffering as purification, but you no longer feel purified, you feel hollowed. At home, your children gather around the fire at night. Their faces glow softly in the weak orange light. Their eyes are wide, filled still with the innocence you know will not survive long. They listen as your wife recites stories of saints who endured worse, of miracles that once saved others, of heaven where hunger no longer exists. You watch them as she speaks, your throat tightening. You see your own youth reflected in their hope, in their fragile belief that all of this has a purpose. You want to believe it again. You want to feel that warmth inside you once more. But instead, you feel something colder. A quiet mourning, not for those who have died, but for those who are still alive. For these children who will one day learn that the world waiting for them is not merciful, not just, not holy. You keep your face calm. You smile when they smile. You whisper Amen when they finish their prayers. Because their hope is the only warmth left in your home. Because you dare not steal it from them. Because one day the world will steal it for you. Your wife feels it too. Though you do not speak of it aloud, you see it in her hands. How they shake when she kneads the bread dough. How her fingers stiffen when she sews. You see it in her face. How her eyes linger on the children longer than before. How her jaw clenches when she watches the Lord's men ride past the village. She still prays. She still sings softly as she rocks the children. She still offers you her quiet smiles at night, though they are thinner now. But you both know. You both carry the same weight. You both feel the same silence growing inside you. There are no words to name it. There is only endurance. At times you catch yourself wishing for something to break the monotony. You do not wish for a storm, or a plague, or a death. And yet, part of you aches for something, anything, to interrupt the slow grind of your life's endless repetition. The sameness has become its own kind of torment. The endless cycle of labour, hunger, loss, prayer, and disappointment has worn away at you more than any single tragedy could. Tragedy you can name, you can bury it, you can grieve it. But this endless grey sameness, this you cannot fight. There is no battle here. There is only survival. And survival has become its own kind of madness. The seasons turn again. Spring's mud, summer's heat, autumn's harvest, winter's hunger. You no longer feel the passage of time as you once did. The years blend together like melted wax pooling at the bottom of an old candle. You mark the years only by which child you lost, which neighbour was buried, which winter nearly took you. The harvest festivals come and go. The songs sound thinner each year. The laughter is quieter. The ale tastes weaker. The dances last shorter. You go through the motions like a man walking inside a dream he cannot wake from. You smile when required. You bow when expected. You sing when prompted. And inside, the hollow grows. Sometimes, in the quietest moments, you imagine simply walking away, leaving the fields, leaving the village, walking into the forest and disappearing, letting the cold take you, letting the hunger finally finish its work. You imagine the silence of the woods at night, the moonlight filtering through the branches, the stars above unbothered by your absence. You imagine your feet sinking into mossy earth, your body folding into the dirt, your breath slipping quietly away. And then you shake the thought loose. Not because you're afraid of death, but because you're afraid of what would happen to those you would leave behind. Your wife, your children, they still need you. And as long as they breathe, you rise, you work, you endure. Because that is all you can do. The priest tells you that hope is eternal, but you've learned that hope is something you carry not for yourself, but for others. You carry it for your children. You carry it for your wife. You carry it for your neighbours who have not yet collapsed entirely. You carry it even as you no longer feel it. And in this strange, cruel way, even your hopelessness becomes an act of love. You endure not for yourself, but so others can still believe, for a little while longer. This is your collapse. It does not scream. It does not rage. It does not shatter. It folds inward, quietly. It lives behind your eyes, behind your words, behind your silent prayers. It waits there, always there. There is a strange numbness that settles when despair becomes your companion. It is not sharp, not cutting like grief once was. That kind of pain fades with time. What replaces it is quieter, a dull, heavy fog that wraps itself around your thoughts, pressing against your ribs, whispering its weight into your bones. It isn't sadness that breaks you anymore. You are far past sadness. It's the absence of anything at all. You rise each day. You do what must be done. You walk the fields. You carry the bundles. You feed the livestock. You patch the walls. You whisper your prayers. But there is no longer a voice in your mind asking why. That question has rotted and fallen silent. Now there is only because. Because the sun rises. Because your hands still move. Because your children still breathe. Because your wife still stands. And because to stop would mean falling completely into the nothing you already feel blooming quietly inside you. The absurdity grows clearer the deeper you fall. You see it now, everywhere. How the Lord feasts on meat you've never tasted, how the priest preaches humility while wearing silk robes, how the taxes remain even after death empties your household. You see how men who steal are punished, but men who own everything are praised. You see how sickness is called a test when it strikes you, but a tragedy when it strikes the Lord's household. You see how your children are taught to kneel before men who would never learn their names. And yet you say nothing. Not because you do not see, but because there is no one to listen. Because truth has no place here. Because speaking it aloud would only hasten what waits for all of you anyway. Your neighbours feel it too. You see it in their shoulders, slump just slightly lower each season. In their eyes, blinking slower, duller. In their voices, pausing longer before answering even simple greetings. The small moments of conversation grow rarer. Where once you might have shared stories by the fire after the day's labour, now you sit in silence. The words dry up like the wells during drought. What is there left to say? What comfort can you offer? What hope can you invent? You all know what's coming. Oh, it has always been coming. You just pretend not to see it. Even the earth itself seems to reflect your collapse. The fields you till grow thinner. The soil grows tired, much like your body. Year after year, you coax life from dirt that offers less and less in return. You know the harvest will not be enough. You know it before the first seeds are planted. You plant them anyway. Because that is what you do. Because that is all you know how to do. The crows grow bolder. They walk among your fields like they belong there, their black eyes gleaming, waiting for the failure they know is coming. You chase them, but they return. Always, the crows know what you know. Your body mirrors the land. The stiffness in your back never fades now. The joints in your knees grind with every step. The skin of your hand splits open at the slightest pressure, bleeding thin ribbons that dry quickly into new scars. You have forgotten what it feels like to wake without pain. You have forgotten what hungerless breathing feels like. When you walk, you lean forward without meaning to, your body bowing itself toward the earth that will one day reclaim you. You wonder if the weight you carry is gravity, or simply grief taking physical form. You do not wonder for long. There is too much to do. The children's laughter still echoes sometimes, though even that grows thinner. They play in the mud, chasing one another around the livestock pens, their feet bare and splattered with filth. They shriek in delight when one slips and falls, covering themselves in muck. You smile weakly. You try to let the warmth of their laughter touch you, but underneath you feel the familiar ache, because you know what's coming for them. The work, the loss, the hunger, the debt, the slow grinding down of their innocence. And you know you cannot stop it. You can only delay it for a little while longer. Sometimes at night you dream of places you've never seen. Wide fields of green where the soil is rich, where the rain falls gently, where the crops rise tall without disease. You dream of warm fires that do not smoke, of clean clothes that do not itch, of food that fills your belly completely. You dream of children who do not die in the night, of wives who do not waste away after childbirth, of neighbours who do not dig shallow graves in frozen soil. You dream of a world where your back does not ache, where your hands do not split, where your stomach does not twist with emptiness. And then you wake, and you feel the cold again. You hear the rats scratching in the walls again. You smell the smoke thick in your lungs again. The dream fades quickly. The weight returns fully. The priest calls this life a test. He says God watches you closely. He says your suffering has meaning. He says those who endure will find paradise after death. You nod when he speaks. You kneel when he instructs. You pay your tithes, even when your stomach groans. But inside, the words slide across you like wind across stone. They do not enter. They do not comfort. They do not answer the questions you no longer dare to ask. If this is a test, you no longer know what you are being tested for. You only know that it never ends. There are moments, rare and strange, when you feel the full absurdity of it all like a punch in your chest. When you see the Lord's men ride past in bright colours, while your wife patches the same tunic for the 5th year in a row. When you watch the priest eat bread so white it almost glows while your children gnaw on crusts as hard as stone. When you hear the reeve count your harvest into sacks marked for the Lord, leaving behind barely enough to carry you through winter. When you bury yet another child and hear the same hollow words of comfort echo through the graveyard. In those moments, something stirs inside you. Not anger, not even grief, but a dizzying sense of how absurd, how impossible, how completely broken this world is. And then it passes. Because it must. Because you cannot afford to feel it for too long. Because you cannot survive drowning in it. You learn to live alongside the collapse. Like an invisible wound you cradle gently, careful not to press too hard. Like a second shadow that walks with you through every field, through every prayer, through every grave dug by your hand. You carry it with you. You do not name it. You do not fight it. You simply exist beneath it. Because that is all this world allows. The days blend together now. You lose track of time not because you are careless, but because time itself has stopped offering you anything worth counting. The seasons turn as they always have. The slow churning of mud to dust, of dust to frost, of frost back to mud. But the years no longer feel distinct. They bleed into each other like water seeping through rotten cloth. The harvests change. The faces around you change. The graves multiply, but inside you, it all feels the same. You have lived long enough to see neighbours you once knew as strong men now walking hunched, their hands permanently twisted by years of labour. You have lived long enough to bury children you once rocked to sleep. You have lived long enough to hear the same sermon repeated so many times that you could recite it in your sleep. And still you rise, and still you kneel, and still you whisper the words, even as you no longer believe. It is not that you reject faith. That would require strength. Rejection takes energy. Rebellion takes will. You have neither left. What you carry now is emptier. A hollow faith. A habit of belief. A shape you still walk inside, but with no breath behind it. You bow your head because that is what you do. You say the prayers because your mouth remembers how. You thank the Lord for another day, even though you no longer know whether it is gratitude or simply resignation. The priest's voice continues to fill the chapel, rising above your bent head like smoke curling upward toward the dark beams of the roof. His words wash over you, soft and distant, like a language you once spoke but no longer understand. You do not listen anymore. You only endure it. At home, your children grow quieter as they grow older. The laughter fades first. The games become fewer. The stories your wife once told now fall into silence as the children begin to understand what awaits them. You see it in your son's eyes when he first grips the hoe with both hands, mimicking your movements. His back strains, his face tightens, his breath hitches. You see the weight settle onto his small shoulders, the first layer of what will eventually crush him as it crushed you. You want to stop him, but you do not, because you cannot, because survival requires his labour now too, because the fields must be worked, because the Lord's grain must still be gathered. You tell him to be strong, you tell him to pray, you tell him what was told to you. The same words, the same lies, the same desperate hope that if he believes hard enough, the pain will somehow feel lighter. Your wife's body weakens in its own quiet way. Her hands move slower now as she spins the coarse wool. Her shoulders hunch lower as she scrubs the same stained tunics against the same cold stone. Her eyes, once sharp and bright, have dulled under years of smoke, tears, and endless worry. She smiles still, but only for the children. When they sleep, She stares into the fire with eyes that seem to see nothing at all. You sit beside her in the dim light, saying nothing. Because what is there to say? What comfort is left to offer? What prayers haven't already been whispered 1,000 times into the indifferent air? You reach for her hand, calloused and cracked like your own. She does not pull away, but neither does she squeeze back. You simply sit there, two bodies bound together by years of shared suffering, joined by the same collapse you both silently endure. The world around you continues its endless cruelty. You see the reeve mark his tallies in the Lord's ledger, scraping rough chalk against warped wood. The numbers rise, the tax remains, as heavy as ever. The harvest shrinks, but the demand does not. You bow your head when he visits, you offer the grain. You watch his eyes scan your storehouse, calculating what remains, how little you have, how much more you owe. He speaks gently, as if this robbery were a kindness. He thanks you for your obedience, for your loyalty. He praises your piety. You nod, you thank him. Because the alternative is unthinkable. Because the punishment for defiance is far worse than the weight of obedience. And because the only weapon you have left is quiet submission. Sometimes you wonder what it would feel like to forget, to wake without memory, to stand without the weight of graves behind you, to feel only the cold of morning, not the invisible gravity of every child you've lost, every friend buried, every prayer unanswered. To simply exist without the heavy chain of before. You envy the small animals that live near your fields, the birds who flit between branches, the mice who scurry through the grain stacks, the stray dog who sleeps by your fire. They live fully inside the moment. They do not carry the years. They do not mourn what they have lost. They do not pray for what may come. They eat, they breathe, they sleep. And in some twisted way, that seems freer than anything you have ever known. The sky remains indifferent. You stare at it sometimes while you work, your eyes lingering too long on the slow drift of clouds overhead. The sun moves steadily across the horizon, warming your skin briefly before disappearing again behind another curtain of grey. The seasons keep their rhythm. The rains come late again. The crops grow thin again. The animals give birth to fewer young again. The sky never changes. It never speaks. It never offers comfort or cruelty. It simply watches. And in your weaker moments, you wonder if God is the same. Watching, saying nothing, doing nothing, simply letting it all unfold. And yet, you rise. Even now, even with nothing left inside you, you rise. Because your wife still breathes. Because your children still wake. Because your hands still move. Because your body, though cracked and hollow, still stands upright. Because the weight has not yet crushed you completely. Because endurance, even in its emptiness, remains your only act of defiance. You endure not because you are strong, not because you are faithful, not because you believe. You endure because that is what you have always done. Because survival itself, stripped of meaning, stripped of hope, is all that remains. And somehow, in its own strange, bitter way, it is enough. It is. The night wraps around your village once more. The fields grow silent under the cold breath of the wind. The animals shift softly in their pens, their movements barely audible beneath the slow creak of old wooden beams. Inside your hut, the last ember glows weakly beneath a thin layer of ash. The smoke curls lazily toward the darkened thatch above, disappearing into the stillness. You lie on your straw mat, your body aching, your mind heavy, your eyes open just long enough to catch the soft flicker of the dying flame. Your wife breathes steadily beside you. Your children curl beneath the thin blankets, their limbs tangled together, their small chests rising and falling with each shallow breath. You listen to the silence, to the weight, to the familiar emptiness that presses gently against your ribs. You do not cry. You do not pray. You simply lie there, waiting for sleep to come, waiting for the next morning to pull you back into the same rhythm. And somewhere in the distance, the bell will ring again. The flame fades to black. The last whisper of smoke curls upward, vanishing into the ceiling of the night.